Will, thank you for the super chat. $5 to Vox Populi. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, May 12th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amani Airport. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all the weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, multipass. Trapped in a cyberbrain body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in the Twilight Realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simultaneous, whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Flip your hair. Wait, like that? Oh, is that what you're talking about? Multipass, indeed. Yeah, chat. So yeah, I finally decided to go and get my hair done. And there's so many options, right? There's one option that is like straight up, if you want to pay like American salon prices, you can get like a probably ridiculously, good haircut at this one place. There's places that are more suited towards the, that they're, just like the Thai hair salons. They're not that expensive, right? Because again, the cost of living is not that high here. And so therefore a hair style, a hair color, whatever you want to get done with your hair, not that expensive. So I went somewhere in the middle of a slightly expensive place, but not necessarily like a place where not necessarily a place where like, there's a lot of like strong English speakers, right? There was one person working there that spoke like, decent English, but the drawback there is that communication is a little bit more difficult, right? You'd think you could bring in a picture and be like, I want to look like this, and that's like all that needs to be communicated. Apparently not so much. Apparently not so much. And I'm not complaining, right? Because I actually like this color. And I was thinking about this color. And if you dig around in my back catalog, you will actually see me with hair this exact color. That's right, when I cosplayed as Asuka from Evangelion. Or when I cosplayed as, I can't remember. There's been a few times, chat. I did have like a wig that was like, long red hair, right? But that was cosplay. This is for real. Anyway, that being said, yeah, I thought I asked for, highlights, right? I thought I asked for like strawberry blonde highlights. Maybe it's because I said strawberry. Maybe it's because I have freckles. I'm gonna guess it's because of the freckles. Right, but the stylish just like, and I saw it happening. I was like, that's red. I couldn't tell though. Like, I don't know what anything is. Lindy Lee clowned herself and Tara wasn't even trying. I saw that. Yeah, Lindy Lee kind of exposed herself as just not caring about anything. Yo, Omega Star. Speaking of cosplay, have not done blue hair in a while, but thank you, Omega Star, for the biddies. And also thank you, Will, for the super chat earlier. I did see that. That's right. We got the butterfly goal going on. We're at 1 out of 10 for that. We have the bonus content goal. And I think we're at 15. Yeah, 15 out of 100. So only 85 points from getting some bonus content. We got a number of things on there that are pretty interesting today, I think, anyway. Ethan's latest crash out, Hasan crash out, right? He talked about Hasan again. He's just literally going over the reaction to the content nuke, trying to cherry pick some stuff, right? So we got that. I put on an option for Let's Watch Majority Report. That's because there's been a number of really interesting, including the Lindy Lee thing that somebody just brought up in chat. Yeah, Lindy Lee, who some of you may know, used to be a Democratic fundraiser. Some question about like how prominent of a fundraiser she actually was, but we'll let that go for now. I don't know either. Anyway, she's got a book coming out, and she went on to talk about it, or to talk about something, or to complain about wokeness, or do whatever Lindy Lee does, right? And just in asking her about the book, they end up exposing the fact that she's got a ghostwriter working on it. I mean, there was no even this was not a hostile audience. Anyway, Majority Report's got that clip. They've also covered Tim Pool's reaction to, I guess, the fact that one of his favorite punk bands, the singer, has transitioned, and he's not happy about that. Number of things. Am I emulating a certain cultural figure? Wait, I'm trying to figure out what that's about, Philip Blair. Is there a cultural figure who has recently dyed her hair orange? I'm just going to say orange, right? This isn't red. This is orange. This isn't ginger. This is orange, right? And I'm kind of here for it. Like I said, chat, I didn't ask for this. I just kind of got this. And look, I knew that, like, you know, I could have probably paid more money and made sure I got exactly what I want. But I tend to look, if I had my choice, I would probably just go with I would find a hairstylist that I trust her style and that gets my style. And I would just be like, what are you going to make my hair look like? I'd literally do that. I know. Is that crazy, chat? Is that crazy? Is that wild? Like, I would literally just be like, leave it up to the artiste, right? But yeah, you know, that's what I got anyway. That's what without even asking for it, that's what I got. It wasn't my choice. It was her choice. And I think it's a good choice. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how to talk about this, right? We need to watch the whole Lindy Lee interview. So the Majority Report watched part of that, or watched the part where she embarrasses herself.
Super chatted $9.99. You really look gorgeous, smiling cat with heart eyes.
You look gorgeous too, smiling cat with heart eyes. No, just kidding. I'm just like doing this thing where I say it back to you. But thank you. That's really sweet. Smiling cat, heart eyes. Aw, that's really sweet. No, I love the emojis. I love that it reads out the emojis. That's my favorite part. But yeah, thank you. Thank you, Omega Star, for the super chat. We are 2 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. We are 25% of the way towards the full-on bonus content goal. But the Lindy Lee interview, yeah, maybe we should, maybe we can choose that. Maybe I'll watch that. Against Me. Yeah. I don't know that much about Against Me. I vaguely remember their Conan O'Brien. Is that the cultural figure that I am following in the footsteps of? No poll? Is there no poll? What? Oh no, I knew I left something undone. You're right, there's no poll. Wow, thank you for pointing that out. Bonus content, let's do this really quick. Bonus content. And okay, so we got Ethan's latest Hasan crash out, like I mentioned earlier. That's him cherry picking something from the response to the content nuke. We got the majority report, although I'm thinking the Lindy Lee thing. Here, we'll just say majority report, Lindy Lee.
Born Standy, super chatted $5. You look fabulous. Butterfly kiss mark heart hands.
Butterfly kiss mark? Wait, butterfly kiss. What did it say? Mark heart hands? Well, okay, I wish I could get the TTS to repeat itself, but butterfly kiss. Butterfly kiss. What did it say? Mark heart hands? Okay, butterfly kiss heart hands. I'll go with that. Thank you. Majority report Lindy Lee. Thank you, Born Standin'. And we are 3 out of we are 30% of the way towards the butterfly goal. We have a woman who said, you're gonna have to help me with this, chat, but a woman says the N-word and gets $1 million. You want to know how that works? We'll pick that one then, and we'll find out. And we've got AB versus Anthony from Do Not Worry. BE and Mike. AB is apparently taking all comers. So there we go. That's the poll. Ethan's latest Hasan crash out. Majority report on Lindy Lee. Woman says the N-word gets $1 million. Or AB versus Anthony from Do Not Worry. Bad Empanada and Mike, which is just... Yeah, against me, our Anarcho left us. Are we up to 30? Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. Thank you for the abacus. But yeah, thank you, whoever reminded me that I did not have a poll up, because I do now. Wait. What's it gonna flip over to? Oh my god. I mean, that's... Okay. So apparently I need to watch the whole Lindy Lee. It's fairly orange. Yeah. No, that's what I said to her. She asked me, like, so she does my hair, right? And I'm kind of like watching as she does it. I don't know that much about, you know, color and style and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, like, you know, it starts off pretty normal, right? That she takes out, you know, highlights and then wraps them up with like a paper, right? You know, puts on the, like, the lightener or the bleach, and then, you know, wraps those up, like highlight, right? And then that stays on for a while, right? She goes and checks a few times, puts a little bit more bleach on, finally, you know, moves me over to the sink to wash my hair. And then the next thing that she does is kind of like lays down like what I thought was lightener, like all over the place, right? So, you know, just lightener everywhere, right? So there, you got the highlights that are getting, you know, the extra lightener treatment, and you got the rest of the hair that's getting lightened, right? And so I'm like, huh, that's interesting. That's like a lot of lightener, right? Because what I had showed her was essentially a picture of a woman with like, you know, brunette, and that had some pretty extreme blonde highlights, strawberry blonde highlights, right? And so I'm thinking, like, wait a minute, like, why is all of my hair getting, and it's not like entirely like all of my hair got like lightened. There's still, you can still see sort of the like brunette like through everything. But yeah, and then I see her, like, you know, so after the lightener, she comes back with like there's one color that looks purple, right? Like, you know how like the dye that you see like on the table, you know, like the dye in a bowl with a brush, that's not necessarily what your hair is going to look like, right? That's just the dye. That's just the stuff. Like, it could, you know, so I'm not trying to get bent out of shape and be like, ooh, I didn't want to get, you know, I didn't want to be ginger, because I'm thinking it's red what could that be? Is that the debrasser? Maybe that's the debrasser. Maybe that's like, you know, gets it though, you know, to that strawberry level or something. I don't know. What is the purple? I don't know. Why is there, right? So it turns out that, yeah, the purple is just like some really intense like red. And then the red was indeed red, or in, as you say in Thai, dang. And that's what I said when I saw this. I said, dang. Dang. Like, I did not expect this. I did not expect the vitamin C thing. Wonder if you showed the picture to the stylist and said, can you do something like this, please? I mean, that's kind of what I did. My hair is really dark, but I have a ginger wig. And I've received a lot of compliments on how I look good as a redhead. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know until you did it. I've gotten my hair dyed similar before. Like, there was this one time that I went to a stylist, and I was like, I don't remember if I showed her a picture of hair, like if I showed her, like, you know, somebody's hair that was drawn like, that was done like this, or if I might have just shown a foxtail. I'm not even sure. Put mine on Zaddy Sam. I will, Omega Star. I got you. Wait a minute. That's like $20 towards Sam Cedar. Look at that. Sam Cedar out to maybe an early lead here. Because of the donos. Yes, you have the ability to do that. You have, all of you have, superpowers, right? And today the superpowers are to make the butterfly, go in my hair. Oh yeah, and I brought some different butterflies this time because I was kind of like, I don't know what'll look good. Oh, that looks really good. That's a good one. This one? Interesting. And oh my gosh. I kind of like that. Anyway, we got various butterflies. We also have the ability to get bonus topics. That happens in the, this is the bonus goal meter, and it goes up every time. Every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift memberships on YouTube, if you support me on Throne, which is right over here, throne.com/nocommentchick. Right now, I am trying to crowdfund Thai language lessons, which, you know, turns out it costs $900 for a year of Thai, maybe more when I look at it, right? It depends on if you, it's this whole thing of like, you can either stay in the country and apply for it, or you can leave and apply for it in an embassy, like in a surrounding country. But yeah, the TLDR of it is that it's about what my rent deposit was. Like if I end up paying this, God, I'm still confused about this. I'm gonna go and get my extension on my current visa today. Yeah, what is this 1,500 extra if you, the process to get an 80 stamp takes 3 to 4 weeks, conversion. Oh, that's what the visa costs. But if you leave the country, then the visa is way cheaper, but you have to leave the country and you have to show them your bank statement. I don't know, chat. This is confusing. But anyway, I've got the amount for the you know, for the language course itself listed on Throne now. So if you want me to support me being able to stay in this country, which it looks like I need to do. It looks like I need to it looks like it's not safe otherwise. No mistakes, only happy accidents. That's the whole thing. It was her take. It was definitely her take on what kind of hair. And look, this is probably true. Look, do I want to get like my hair colored, you know, just in the way that I like flip through a bunch of Pinterest tabs and like pick this one? Do I want that color, or do I want like what like a person, like in other words, chat, like I'm in Thailand, all right? My knowledge of like hairstyles and, you know, styles in general comes from a different country. And it might actually be better to just like trust somebody from here as far as what looks good. Because like the whole thing about like what looks good, it's like, you know, what looks good to who? Like who am I trying to impress here? Against Me was one of the most popular folk punk bands of the early 2000s. I've always been really into them. Their songs about gender dysphoria are great. That racist creep, yeah, that lady called, yeah, this is Shiloh Hendrix is who we're talking about in the woman says the N-word gets $1 million. We had a similar incident about a year ago, right? Not with the $1 million, but with the woman saying the N-word and popping off on social media, becoming popular because of that. And I mean, she's back too, I guess, to comment on it on Piers Morgan. I guess the problem with her was that she wasn't racist enough for the Trump fans that glommed onto her, so she kind of like lost some of that. You think I look like Daphne from Scooby-Doo? Okay, yeah, I would just need like a hair tie, right? Like, doesn't she have like, is it a beret, chat? Does she have a beret? Or does she have like a, I feel like she just ties like a strip of fabric. Your clarifying shampoo will fade it faster. That's why I guess I need to get a different shampoo, right? Eat Egg says, I'd say the N-word for $1 million, no hesitation. Being a millionaire doesn't look all that great anyway. Everyone who has money just gets dumber and lazier. Rave says, I've had my hair every color under the sun. I'm unlucky being quite pale. That's what I was worried about with this color, right? Is that I had this before where I showed the stylist like a picture of either, I don't remember if I actually showed like a foxtail, but I was like, you know, can we do the foxtail? Like that was the idea that I had, was that like, you know, ginger, you know, real intense red, like orange red, obviously, right? And then like a little bit of like a dark, you know, patch on the, you know, here, like a little bit of a dark patch and then a white patch, you know what I'm saying? So just basically a foxtail, right? I was like, yeah, make my hair look like a foxtail. And I got it done. And when I saw like that color of, you know, which is really close to this color, when I saw that color of ginger on my skin tone, I felt like, it washes me out. It washes me out. Like it brings out, I don't know, my skin imperfections, the redness I can see, you know, like I didn't like it for my skin tone. I was like, well, I thought I wanted this, like, right? But then I went back and I was like, I need you to re-dye this. All right. I need a deeper red. I need more red, less orange, right? I was like, I can't look good as a ginger. Like, I just can't do it. Like, I can't do it, right? And now, what is this? I'm looking, like, 5 years later, and I'm looking good at, like, I'm looking good as a ginger. You're gonna sing the graduation song? Wait, what graduation song? Is there a reference I'm missing here? Do the Carmelo Anthony thing. Wait, was Carmelo Anthony? So yeah, Todd Howard is bringing up Carmelo Anthony. That story, that GoFundMe is kind of tied up to this oh my god, what's her name? Hendrix? Fuck, I forgot her name already. How many words do you learn for $900? I don't know, but it's a year of classes. 180 hours. 180. How does that work? Oh, twice a week. I got it. Okay. So the classes are like for 2 hours twice a week. Monday through Saturday. Ooh, Monday through Saturday. I didn't anticipate. Wait, how does that work?
Columbia Re, super chatted $5.
Yo, Columbia Rican.
Pestany, Dan Saltzman, Ethan and Asmingold being paid by Israel to defame PPL speaking out against the genocide.
Wait, is there a chance? Were you asking? Is there a chance that has something to do with Hasan's detention? I think that's where you were going with that, right, Columbia Rican? Yeah, I can't speak to, whether they're being paid by anybody, but what I can say is that Hasan definitely thinks that the stuff that, he's getting attacked with on the daily by people like Ethan and Asmongold and Destiny and Sex Pestany and Dan Saltman, this is stuff that they brought up, right? They talked to him when they detained him. These were some of the subjects that they brought up. The Twitch ban they brought up, right? The interview with Vitamin C. The Shiloh thing, I want to see her on Piers Morgan. Wait, now Shiloh herself, I don't think Todd Howard went on Piers Morgan, but was it the woman from a year ago? The N-word woman from a year ago, I think, did? My hair looks awesome. Thank you, Sisyphean. You wanted the raccoon hair from the early 2000s? Yeah, but for a fox, right? Department of Homeland Security knew full well Hasan is no threat. It was a limp racist phishing. Yeah. It was an attempt to see if they could get him to say anything that would let them, do something with him, right? Daphne is part of the weather under. Wait, you mean Daphne from Scooby-Doo? So yeah, part of it was, to see if they could just interrogate him and get him to say anything that would let them, I don't know what they do exactly, right? But the other part of it is just to intimidate him, right? Yeah, attempt to intimidate Hasan and others, to make you think twice, right? If you're a streamer, about the next time you say something about Trump. She's on Piers Morgan. Wait, Todd Howard says she's on Piers Morgan. Are you talking about Shiloh? Did Shiloh go on Piers Morgan's? Oh, also, Davy, I finally saw the thing of, what is his name? The 1 × 1 = 2 guy? Hasan Piker is currently at the Gulag. Yeah. They did detain him for a good long while, though. They didn't send him to CCOT or anything. Did dye my hair red? No, actually somebody else did. And I didn't even ask them to. It's a strange thing, but maybe I'm starting to think they were right. Ethan's doing it for free. Ethan doesn't need to be paid. All right, so we're at 37 out of 100 now. You love my hair? Thank you. Yeah. Terrence Howard, thank you. Yeah, it was Terrence Howard. Yeah, exactly. I've been watching that because apparently Professor Dave, everybody remember my good friend Professor Dave? He actually is a friend of the VOD, right? You know, I've talked to him on Twitter, and I am generally pro him. I assume he is generally pro me. But we did have a little kerfuffle when he did his first video against Matt Walsh. I just felt like he needed to talk to a trans person, right? And it wasn't my backdoor to try to be like, let me get on Professor Dave or something like that. I just mean, like, there was a lot he was missing in his response to Matt Walsh. And it's the kind of stuff that you get by, you know, if you want to advocate for, look, I don't have a problem with people that are not marginalized themselves advocating for people that are. I like that. I need that, like, right? Cis people advocating for trans people, you know, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually good, but you gotta kind of like educate yourself. You gotta like know the issue. That's not to say that you have to like agree with like, you know, trans people 100% on everything, or, you know, in terms of the rhetoric, right? But you gotta at least be aware of like what trans people are saying about it. And I didn't think that Professor Dave was, so, you know, I kind of called him out for that. Didn't really go much farther than that, but yeah, Professor Dave has been going at 2 hours. Wait, Funkmaster Claw says 2 hours. Wait, what's 2 hours? Hater Gator says, I just got here and I love your hair. Oh, everybody likes my hair. I'm glad. Okay, so this was a good happy mistake. Hasan's detainment was 2 hours. God damn. Hasan's detainment was 2 hours. We don't need a poll. Chat loves your hair. Just went back to listen to your hair story. I promise you, it looks so good.
Columbia Re super chatted $5. Make sure to go over Kyle being on the Vanguard today, cause he talks about what happened to Hasan and calls out Ethan himself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at that maybe. That's surprising. I haven't really heard Kyle talk about Ethan that much. I haven't been really watching as much of like Kyle in the Vanguard as I was before. I don't know why their stuff just dropped off my algorithm for some reason. Wait, my nickname in middle school was Hasan's Detainment? We just got to rework the colors you used to wear to match your... Oh, wait, you're talking about... Wait, so like my clothes need to be reworked? Well, I mean, look, on one hand, I can do that because, like I said, I'm in a place now where, you know, the cost of living is not that high. And there are... I don't know. I'm really feeling dresses here, chat. Dresses are really nice, right? In terms of beating the heat. Now, what's weird, though, is I see when Thai people are going to be outside a lot, yeah, it's like long sleeves and stuff. Like people that work, like people that do delivery, for instance, they'll sometimes full on, like, have, like, you know, what is it, like a gator? Is that what it's called? A gator mask? Now, that makes it sound like it's an alligator mask. I don't mean an alligator mask, chat. I think it's called a gator mask, though. It's like a thing, but, you know, I'm guessing that's to, A, prevent sun burn, B, if you're on a motorcycle and you wipe out, the last thing in the world you want is exposed skin. If anybody out there has ever had road rash, you know what I mean. But in terms of just walking around and stuff, you know, if I'm not going to be in the sun for hours and hours, a dress is like the easiest thing to keep cool. Asians don't want to get the white people disease. I mean, it's probably smart, and also I need to get sunblock. I agree with your point, but also Blair White and Brianna Wu exist. I hope you wouldn't apply my point to Blair White and Brianna Wu. Part of the reason that if you want to advocate for trans people, you need to talk to trans people is to know the lay of the land, right? Let's say that you were a cis person, very sympathetic to trans people, very sympathetic to the plight of trans people. You care about trans people, you worry about trans people, you want to do right by trans people. And then you just are like, well, you know, let me, you somehow you run into Blair White first, right? And you're like, oh, okay, I see. So trans people don't want to be able to self-identify? Trans people want to have to go through hurdles of medical gatekeeping, and only if they get through those hurdles are they actually valid trans people. Otherwise, we call them AGPs. You know what I mean? If you don't know the lay of the land, if you don't talk to trans people, how would you necessarily know that Blair White and Brianna Wu do not represent trans people, right? So that's just one of the reasons. Anyway, it's a whole ass thing, and I'm not mad at. I was, you know, never mad at Professor Dave or had a disagreement or thought he was being transphobic or something like that, right? It was never about that. It was just about like the logistics, right? The pragmatic questions of how you do advocacy for trans people. Are you serious? Ethan is so out of control and he has no friends. We can shame. So the crew, fuck the crew, fuck that crew, fuck Howie Mandel. The crew should have. I haven't heard Howie Mandel like associate himself with Ethan in a long time. I wonder what's up. The crew should have already stepped in and done an intervention. The UV is higher on your side of the world. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, look, if you're going to be out in the sun for a long time, yeah, it makes sense to cover up. I don't know how they do it, though. Those like, Grab drivers, like, I don't know how you can be on a motorcycle, too. Isn't that kind of warm? Davy Cliff, go get King Charles's Scarlet Rot and become the goddess of rot. It goes well with my butterfly theme. Are we talking about brain rot here, Davy Cliff? Anyway, thank you for the brain rot. NCC having wings made of butterflies and doing waterfowl dance. It would fit in the channel's theme perfectly. Oh, my hair looks great. Thank you. Wait, what sounded like a Dwarf Fortress adventure log? Oh, it's Elden Ring. It's Elden Ring. That makes so much sense. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I need to play more video games, don't I? Big Al Cake Mix says, I love your hair. Love your new hair. Wait, one time a child goblin stopped me in the hallway and I said, hello, child goblin. And then he said, praise disease. And I left feeling very confused. I would be confused too. Very confused, actually. Yo, HK, thank you for the gifted Weird Champs membership to Brendan J. Brendan J, you just got weaseled, and I've lost count again. And I don't have a child goblin to blame because I haven't played Elden Ring. Apparently I should. There's all these games that I need to play, chat. I'm gonna have to like take a day and just do like playing video games. Like one day a week to just play video games. How does that sound? Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. You read my mind. I was mentally telepathizing to Narwhal for a abacus, and Narwhal received my telepathic communication, which is a great way to communicate. I wish I could do that too. Sometimes I wish I could send like a message, to someone telepathically, right? It's so much easier and cleaner than having to type it out into chat or just say it on stream. Narwhal got the abacus. That's right. Don't allow that child goblin anywhere near Vosh. Oh no, that would be Vosh's thing. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of a mind-blowing sort of thing. I mean, that was the whole thing, right? When you get your hair done and you're dealing with a new hair color, the first time you see it, you're like, I don't know if this is right for me. I don't know if this is good. You got like all these mixed emotions. And then like, oh my God. Oh, why am I hot? Oh no, chat. I don't want to have to put Elden Ring, the most trans of video games. Wait, it's the tusk? Oh no, I'm getting my hair wet with sweat. That's not good. Grr. No Ethan Klein. I'd like the god of the Deathblight. Elden Ring, yeah. All right, so what do we have to go over again? Ethan's latest Hasan crash out. That's right. He was on stream today again. He doesn't have Hasan in the thumbnail, but he is still talking about Hasan, kind of, cherry picking bits of the reaction to the nuke to disagree with, even though I don't think the points that he's bringing up really make any difference. That's in first place. 66 of you have voted so far. And the vote is over on YouTube, right? If you want to go over there and make your voice heard. Make sure to leave me a like while you're there too, because that helps me out a lot and I appreciate it greatly. We got in second place, the Majority Report's coverage of Lindy Lee. And I guess we'll go into maybe the interview if we pick that one, right? Because people are saying the whole interview is hilarious, right? So that's in second place. In third place, we have AB versus Anthony from Do Not Worry, Bad Empanada, and Mike from PA. That's right. He did like an 8-hour stream the other day where he took all comers. That is in third place, right? And then in fourth place is Woman Says the N-Word Gets $1 million. I mean, that's one way to get rich quick, I guess. I guess that's a life hack. Guilty Gear is a pretty trans game too. True. There's so much trans stuff going on in Elden Ring. I had no idea. But I know a lot of trans people play Elden Ring. I need a flip fan? Wait, what's a flip fan? Most modern... Wait, when you say from games, you mean like FromSoft games have some gender-defying aspect? It brightens my face. It's a good color. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surprised this actually works. He was clip chimping and recontextualizing, literally fighting ghosts. Oh, who, Ethan? Yeah, I guess that's ahead right now, but I do have to mention that it looks like Sam Cedar, or sorry, the Majority Report going over Lindy Lee has got 20% bonus. So remember, those bonuses can make all the difference, right? Chat, you can vote in chat to pick which of the bonus topics we're going to cover, but you can also let me know when you donate which of these topics you want your donation to go to, and I will turn your donation into a percentage adding it to the topic of your choice, just like I did for Omega Star, to give Majority Report that extra 20%, which actually does push it over into first place right now. Oh my god, chat, I'm sorry, I'm like kind of getting used to this, right? Still have Hasan on speed dial? Wait, what? What's speed dial? Yeah, from Soft is that what I thought? I thought you meant Rooster Rick. I told my normal parents about Shiloh Hendrix. That's right, Shiloh Hendrix. Yeah, I think I broke their brains. It's kind of hard to explain. It really is. Okay, so FromSoft makes Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring. But anyway, we're 6 out of 10 on the teal super chats. If we get to 10 out of 10 in the next 2 hours or so, I will put a butterfly in my hair. And I'm still trying to decide, like, what is the best color, chat? Do you think it's like, that's kind of good. Damn it, I keep on, like, just putting the butterfly up there is like pulling my hair. Oh my god, that's kind of cool. The blue one? You think the blue one? The blue one? I've actually got 2 blue ones. Okay, we'll go with blue today. Butterfly teasing, yeah, exactly. The first blue one? This one? Yeah, I kind of like that. All right, so what do I need to do? I'm going to take off the Thailand apartment fund on Throne. Am I logged in here?
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. I'm doubling down on blue. Vox.
Doubling down on blue, thank you. And Vox. Let me add that to Vox. Vox Populi at 10% today. Oh yeah, that's right. So I should mention how that works, right? So here. $55. 55. Okay, we're at 55 right now. Wait, what am I trying to say? Oh yeah, I gotta explain this, right? So this is the bonus, that's the bonus goal. It's at 55 out of 100. If it gets to 100, we get one of these topics. Which are these topics? The topics that you're voting for, the topic that you're picking by voting on YouTube. I wish you could vote on Twitch too, but unfortunately Twitch does not leave polls open for long enough. So we got to stick to YouTube. You can, even if you're watching on Twitch, you can come over and vote on YouTube. No comment check on YouTube. I won't tell anyone, and I'm not telling you to switch your platform. Watch me on Twitch or, whatever you want to watch me on. Just know that if you want to vote, you got to do it on YouTube. And of course, you can leave a like while you're doing that, because that helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it a lot. So when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. Like, these are the same topics from the poll. You can just be like somebody earlier said, majority report, right? So I put the donation right there. Somebody said Vox Populi, so I put it down there. I gotta explain Vox Populi, right? So what that is, right? So either of these things, any of these topics, you're supporting that topic. You're like, I want that topic to get picked, and I'm gonna put my donation towards that topic, right? Vox Populi is what you say if you want to just support whatever the chat is choosing, right? If the chat is you're basically going to emphasize the vote at the expense of the donations. So when you say Vox Populi, you're undermining, you're digging a tunnel underneath those who, are voting for one topic or the other to say, you know what, it's the vote that counts. It's not the donations, right? So that's how that works. If you want to say Vox Populi, you just basically make people's donations a little bit more a little bit less powerful. It's a minus, right? Everything else here is a plus, so I add that to the goal. I add that to the poll at the end of the day, and then the Vox Populi is a minus, so I minus this from all of the bonuses, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense, chat. I hope that makes a lot of sense. I hope it makes a lot more sense than this Thai education visa thing. That's what I've got my eye on right now, is staying in the country under an education visa. Also to learn the language, right? Because, oh, chat, I had a breakthrough today, all right? I gotta tell you this, all right? I was able to read my first word in Thailand, and in Thai. I was able to read off of a license plate, right? That was from a certain area of the country, the name of that province, right? And it was just a weird thing, because I've been studying vowels and consonants, trying to learn that, because it's the Thai language, it's a whole different alphabet, and it's very different, very different. It's a tonal language. You got to remember to put the up tone on some vowels, the down tone on other vowels. Do a up then down on some, do a down then up on others, do a flat tone on. It's very complicated, but I'm trying to learn the consonants and the vowels to be able to recognize and read things that I see printed. And so yesterday, for the first time, I was looking at a little snippet of Thai language, and I was like, wait a minute, that's that letter, that's that vowel. Oh my God, that's the name of a province. And I looked it up, and it was a car from the north of Thailand. So it said Chiang Mai, which is a name of I think the second largest city. I think it's the second largest city in Thailand. And it's also the province that it's in, right? So because that car got licensed in Chiang Mai province, the license plate says Chiang Mai underneath, right? And I was able to read that, and it's amazing. It's an amazing thing when you're looking at just random text of a language that you don't know, and then you're like, wait a minute. I've seen that letter before. I know what that sounds like. Wait a minute, is that my? Is this CH? Is this? It all came together, and it was beautiful. So yeah, chat, if you want to help me get more beautiful moments like that, where I learn the language and start to be able to read things, start to be able to communicate with people, start to be able to know what is going on around me, what people are saying, understand, songs, media, television, whatever, then you can contribute to my, what did I call it? I called it my Visa fund on Throne. I was thinking about maybe yeah, it says Thailand Visa Fund. I was thinking of maybe changing it to Thailand language. I don't know. It makes less sense. Like to say that it's, to learn Thai language, but it is also going to be for the visa. So if you want to support me with that, you can do so on Throne, throne.com/nocommentchick. And if you want to help me stay in the country, stay out of the United States, and learn a new language to boot, which I will share at you. Do Thai use different keyboards? Yes. Yeah, I saw when I was talking to the hair stylist last night, and she showed me her phone to try to, she typed something in and had it translate to English for me. And like when I looked at her phone, like the keyboard on her phone is Thai, right? It's the Thai alphabet. So it's really interesting, like what they do and don't use, where they do and don't learn. Like I feel like Thai people learn the sounds of like, Romanized letters, like so that, if you were to maybe show them like something like, for instance, Somtum, SOMTUM, means papaya salad. Som is an orange, like my hair, right? And if you, I think if you were to, write it out in Romanized letters, I think a Thai person would probably sound it out and be like, oh, that's Somtum, right? Even if they didn't necessarily like know the word, no. Irene's Rosetta Stone. Bravo, Irene. Wait. But so and I think this is maybe common in a lot of English, and a lot of, there are, like, my understanding is like Vietnam uses Romanized characters, but it's Romanized characters with like a lot of accents and a lot of like, marks, on them. Like, so, but sick of Europeans having all these opinions on Americans right now. They're just kicking a majority of the country while we're down.
HKO444 super chatted $35.87. Does this count as 10 teal super chat? Ethnic cleansing.
There are so many things that people are doing with Ethan's name. But thank you, HK, for the super chat. And yes, this does count as a teal or above super chat. And, who knows, someday, chat, it might actually count as... So someday, chat, I feel like not too long from now, what is it called? The loonie? The loon, the Canadian dollar, will overtake the American one. I just wish I knew how to... I wish I understood the value of the... So yeah, right now it's almost at a quarter of... Wait, how is the Canadian dollar fallen? It feels like everything should be going up against the US dollar. I think that puts us at, what, 91 out of 100? Red suits me. Wait, Philip Blair is are you typing ma? I'm trying to read the Thai that Philip Blair just typed. Oh, ma with a flat tone. Philip, you confused me for a second there because ma, that's just like ma, right? Is how that's pronounced. So it's like, you know, M-A with a flat tone, right? Ma or ma is a dog, right? And so like I'm not familiar with the term for horse. But yes, that is it. That is the term for horse, right? Ma with a flat. See, this is why the tones, this is why this language school is going to be so key for me, right? Is because that's a great example. If you're trying to say dog and you say it with a flat tone, which is how we're used to saying it, if you're just thinking, all right, it's M-A-A ma, right? No, you just said horse, right? Did you want to adopt a dog? Great, because congratulations, you just adopted a horse, right? You go to down to the animal adoption shelter, right? And you're like, I would like to adopt a ma, and they're like, oh, here we go, we got your horse. And that's a little different, chat. Like, look, go into a hair salon and like wanting to get strawberry blonde and coming out with this. That's one thing, all right? I can deal with that. I kind of like that. I low-key kind of dig that they chose my hair color for me. I kind of like that, right? But if they choose your pet for you, you may end up with a pet that you are unable to take care of, right? A horse? Do you know how to take care of a horse? I don't. Vosh does. We're not going to talk about Vosh, but I would have to call up Vosh and say, look, I know I've made so much fun of you, like ma, like mare. I don't know if it's a cognate, Rave, but yeah, it is. That's a good way to. It's a mnemonic. It's a mnemonic to remember that. If you can keep it straight from dog, though, that's important, right? Because that's ma, 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 ma. Completely different words, and that's why this language school is so crucial for me. I saw one example where it was, I can't remember. Like one of the words was sugar daddy, right? I think it was the word for throw, pa, to throw, right? And there's a different way that is it like maybe pa is throw, I think, if I remember correctly. There was a different way, there was a word with the same letters but different tonality, and it means sugar daddy. So, you know, the difference between like throw something and to have a sugar daddy, I think that's a pretty significant difference. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'll be learning to disambiguate in this language course, which hopefully I can get started on pretty soon. But yeah, it does cost $900 essentially.
Cal, super chatted $5. Here's some money so you don't have to call Vouch.
Here's some money. Tacoma did indeed weep. Thank you for that super chat, Joshua Keller. And again, if you wanna send me money in a way where I can immediately use it to pay for this language school, which I'm gonna be starting pretty soon. I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna work, but I may have to like take a short trip to Vietnam to make this work. But I think I'm gonna do the apply while you are in the country thing because it's just simpler. But you can support me on Throne. I've got a Throne goal that is protect the moss from Vosh. Yeah, that's right. Tacoma is still weeping. M85 was the hair dye color called Killer Doll. Look, I didn't see. Do I look like a killer doll? Ma is apparently mother in every language on earth. Sun Ma or Suma is Mandarin and Chinese. Interesting. I feel like there might even be a word in Thai that's like really close to that. If you don't have a barn, you'll have to board your horses at someone's facility that will charge you for feed and care. Yeah, and what if that turns out to be Vosh? What if you board your horse and you didn't realize the facility was owned by Vosh, right? That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare scenario right there, chat. That's why it's important to know the difference between ma, or dog, woof woof, and ma, horse, or neigh. You want to know how to say cat, chat? I've been learning some Thai. I've been learning as much as I can. I still have trouble like understanding people and stuff, but I have been working on it, right? Okay, so the word for cat, meo. Wait, let me make sure I got this right. I think it's meo, which sounds a lot like meow.
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 It's meow. Right, so dog, ma, horse, ma, cat, meow. Dog. Oh God. So yeah, there's different ways you can pronounce dog.
Sunak.
Sunak, I think, is the formal way of saying it. But this one is the more common.
Ma.
Ma. Ma. Ma. Hear that like up tilt, right? Versus ma. This is
Ma.
ma. Ma. Ma. Those are different words, chat. And if you're at the animal shelter trying to adopt an animal, that is the difference between you going home with a dog, which, you know, is probably what you're trying to do at the animal shelter, or accidentally going home with a horse, right?
Ma.
Ma. Ma. So it's very flat, right? Versus
Ma.
ma. It's that little up thing at the end. That's the whole difference. That's the whole difference. But yeah, as far as the hair dye color, if it had said anything, it probably would have been in Thai. I might have had trouble reading it. In Turkish, it's Ana. I look killer doll adjacent. I need to learn more about these killer dolls. Your hair color looks like Chucky. Oh, that kind of killer doll. Ukrainian ma? Wait, also means mother? It's a nicer orange than Chucky's orange hair. Yeah, I'd like to think I'd like to think that I went to a slightly better place than Chucky did for his hair. How do they say meow? Porrao? How do you say meow in... Okay, let me look that up. Okay, so in English?
Meow.
Meow. In Thai?
Meow.
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 Oh, wow. This is wild. Chat, it actually starts with an H. Like, the word is technically H-E-M, like long vowel I, Y-W.
Meow.
Meow. It's like there's like a meow, but you don't pronounce the hem, right? It's like it's there, but it's just like silent.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Like it's like, I don't know. Which is worse, experience for your horse? One night with Vosh or a night of waterboarding? I would hope neither. What, that sounds like a sheep. Meow? What does a sheep say? Doesn't a sheep say like ba? Like ba? Cat in Thai sounds similar to cat in Vietnamese. Southern Chinese dialects also refer to cat as meow. I love that, Charlie Kelly. Meow. Am I saying it right? Meow? That is what I would call a cat if I was to name it. What would a big dog be? Okay. Big dog in Thai.
Maตัวใหญ่
Ma toi yai. All right, so that's like dog, ma, which also starts with an H. Wow, this is wild. Wait a minute, I've seen it spelled differently. Dog in Thai. Oh my god, chat. I gotta figure this silent H out thing. Anyway, you can tell that I've got my work cut out for me in terms of learning Thai. Oh no, that one also. Ma. It's pronounced ma. Ma. But with the up. Ma. Right? Not ma. Not ma. Like horse, but ma. And it's also got an H at the beginning of it. So it's technically like ma. Ma. But you swallow that consonant. But yeah, I can tell that I've really got my work cut out for me. That's why I want to start these language classes as soon as I possibly can. And you can help me make that dream come through over on throne.com/nocommentchick. The other people that I want to mention that are helping me make my dreams come true are my Patreons, who I appreciate greatly. So greatly that I choose to include everyone at the Fancy Weasel and above level with a shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream, which I should do now because I have been edging you for way long enough, right? Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerax, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. In Farsi, dog, say Volk. Volk. Volk? Am I saying it right? Volk? Volk? I don't know how tonal Japanese is. I love the color. It works perfectly with your skin tone. Thank you. Marmots, that was the biggest thing I was worried about, right? Because I have had my hair ginger before, and I changed it immediately. I did not like the way that it worked with my skin tone. And some reason this is really good. Although I know that with tonal languages, the puns go extra hard. That's true, Lizzie. That's what I've heard about Thai humor, is that it's a lot of wordplay and puns. Asian hair compared to non-Asian hair. Might want to find a hairstylist in Thailand that has experience working with non-Asian hair. Maybe? Well, I don't think this was an issue. I don't think that this would have come out different if my hair had been like more Asian, standard like Asian type hair. I think it was just a communication issue or something. It must have been, but it worked out for me. So sorry the hair color didn't come out the way you wanted. Just a few tips. Strawberry blonde is not a thing outside of what I didn't say strawberry. Okay, I did say to you strawberry blonde, and what I showed them is considered strawberry blonde. But I don't think, I don't know, Metal. Maybe you're right. Maybe I somehow did say sudor. I mean, the word for strawberry in Thai, you want to hear that? This one's interesting.
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
Strawberry. Strawberry.
Strawberry. Strawberry. Oh my god. The way it's spelled is wild too. Strawberry. Oh, strawberry. It's important to get that R rolled. Strawberry. That's wait, are there different ways to pronounce this?
Strawberry.
Strawberry. Yeah.
Look strawberry.
Low strawberry.
Look strawberry.
I think that's a classifier now. The low part, I think is a. I think it means like. Wait, I'm not sure, chat. I could be wrong about this. But I think it's like saying fruit strawberry. Steven Sayers, I'm so proud of you for learning the language. Well, thank you. I mean, I really, I'm going to have a much better time once I can speak and read more of the language. In Farsi, cats say mao mao. Wait, I'm pronouncing that like with a Thai. I'm pronouncing this like it's a Thai word. Himio. Bound by honor to say that Hasan was more base than I thought because he got detained. It's pronounced like it's like Hama a little bit. AB versus Anthony from Do Not Worry. What did AB do to Anthony? They're going back and forth. I think AB called Anthony said that AB basically said something like, you don't need to be this like savage, like he was being a bad look for Arabs or something, I guess was his point. Thai is a very very hard language. I love the neon. Wait, the neon? You know that Japanese is definitely an easier language to learn. Oh yeah, I've already picked up some just from watching anime. Okay, let me try to read this other word. Wait, JP, you're saying... Wait, you're saying ma... You're saying ma... You're saying dog, right, JP? Yeah.
Ma.
Ma... Oh, I didn't say it right. Ma... Versus...
Ma.
Ma. Ma. Or ma. Is the difference between getting a dog and adopting a dog or adopting a horse. There are a few words for dogs, that's right. Yeah, sunak, is that the one? Sunak or ma. Sunak. Wait, am I saying... I don't know if I'm saying sunak right. Is sunak more formal?
Sunak.
Sunak? Sunak? I think I was told that this one is a more formal way of saying dog, whereas ma is just like conversational way. Everyone loves my hair. Oh my god.
Joshua Cal, super chatted $5. Butterfly. Also, a French streamers calling their chat cats Vox.
Wait, a French streamer's calling their chat cats? Oh, because chat means cat in French. Wait, did I say it right? I'm trying to remember. Like, you call all cats in French like the male version of cat, because if you say la chat, I think it means the vulva. Same as in English, right? There's a word for cat that is mainly a word for vulva. But yeah, look, we hit the sub goal already. I'm not even I haven't even jumped into the content yet. We also hit the butterfly goal, and I said that I would use this butterfly. Let's make this happen. Wait, I don't know. Is that the right angle, chat? Yeah, that's good, right? I'll go with that. Chat, we got to get started with the stream, okay? I'm sorry I'm taking so long. I've just got so many different things on my mind all at the same time. But I think I've gone over everything that we need to as far as how the bonus goal works. Thanking my Patreons and the item that I added last time on the throne, which is the Help Irene Go to School Fund. Send Irene Back to School Fund. The Thai Visa fund, right? It's all the same thing because being able to go to this language school is what's going to let me stay in Thailand a little bit longer. And more importantly, stay out of the United States a little bit longer. I'm trying to stay out of the United States for the next 4 years. So if you want to help me do that and help me strawberry. Wait, where did I have the strawberry? Yeah, those, funny enough, like the words that are kind of borrowed in the Thai language, like this one.
Strawberry.
Strawberry. Strawberry. Okay. Strawberry. What is that last tone, though? That one's confused. That I don't know if I've... Strawberry. Strawberry. Oh, God. I'll get it someday. But the other... There's certain borrowed words, or I say borrowed, motorsai, right? Is the word for motorcycle.
สำหรับรถจักรยานยนต์
Okay, so there's the other way to say it. Wait, for motorcycle?
For motorcycle.
รถจักรยานยนต์
รถ
รถจักรยานยนต์
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 รถจักรยานยนต์ Okay, so that's the like non-borrowed version. Is this the one that's
มอเตอร์ไซค์
motorcycle?
รถจักรยานยนต์เห
รถจักรยาน Rotsa karayan yone. Oh my god. So anyway, the reason that this word is so important in Thai is that at least where I'm at, this is the best way to travel. This is the best way to get around, right? It's far enough away from like major public transit where you can't use like a you're not really going to be using like a bus or anything like this. If you can get in a cab to go someplace, and cabs are fairly cheap here, but in terms of getting through traffic quickly, your best bet is
มอเตอร์ไซค์
yeah, your best bet is the motorcycle. Canadian brunch. Hello, Irene. It's delightful to see you again. Hey, it's delightful to see you too, Canadian brunch. And I gotta say, thank you for helping me out with the passport. Way back a few months ago, right? Canadian brunch helped with the passport goal that I had for getting myself a passport to get out of the country. I don't know if you realize this, Canadian brunch. I don't know how many streams you've been watching, but I'm in Thailand right now. And it's all thanks to you and to other people as well. But I just wanted to give you that thanks. It was your pleasure. Oh, that's so sweet. But yeah, right now, Chad, I'm looking to is that just Thaiglish? I mean, I don't know. You know what it is? It's like it's just when a culture like borrows words, right? Like that if there's something that's introduced to your culture from another culture, you're going to tend to say it similar to how it's said in that culture. Does that make sense? Now, like the fact that there is like a different Thai word for motorcycle makes me think that I don't know. Barbaric. Oh, is it barbaric was the word that he used? Says Mickey makes mixtapes that AB used. Anyway, chat, we got to jump into this here. Rishi Sunak. It does sound a little bit like Rishi Sunak's name. Sunak means it's a more formal way of saying dog. Cha? Wait, what? Jane Anon is saying cha, don't pronounce the T. Oh, wait. Cha. When you don't pronounce this T, is that, wait. Oh my God, now I gotta look it up. Okay, French, female cat. Okay, so Jane Anon is telling me the correct way to say cat in French. And this is whether you're talking about a male cat or a female cat, right? Because if you say shot and you really pronounce the T, you're saying pussy. Basically, you're saying pussy, right? So if you don't want to invoke the pussy, when you're saying cat, you say sha, as Jane Anon just pointed out. Hasan was also detained because he didn't declare his Hello Kitty choker. Yo. Anyway, chat, we better jump into this. I am taking way too... Oh my God, chat, yeah. Look, new to stream. Hair looks great. Thank you. It's brand new. Glad to help. Yeah, you escaped the USA. Well, I appreciate it, Canadian brunch. I really do. Columbia Rican for Sam Cedar. Okay. Wait. Okay, so that's 10 for Sam Cedar. But yeah, anyway, I took 2 hours, chat, just talking to chat about a million different things. We gotta go. We gotta make this happen. I'm sorry, chat. Oh my God. Oh God, AB streaming and Hasan detained. I don't know, chat. Like the action may be changing to like people like AB and do not worry now. All right, let's get this started. Here is Hasan Piker to tell you what he experienced when coming back into the United States.
You holy moly.
And again, to the bodies, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Usually I stop yapping around like the 1 hour mark. And I know some of you have gotten used to just turning it forward 1 hour. And this time you have to turn it forward 2 hours. I'm so sorry, chat. I had to show people my new hair, right? And hopefully some of the VOD watchers appreciate that as well. So
They're watching. Oh, the feds are watching. They're always watching. Feds are always like this. Okay, now we know for real. I have a lot of interesting stories to tell you. Man, where do I begin? God damn. Yesterday, I did not actually broadcast for some interesting news. Once again, pre-watch Piker struck again. I remember I was joking about like what I foresaw would potentially happen as I entered the United States of America. And that thing that I foresaw happening actually ended up happening. And I'm obviously going to talk about it. For those of you who don't know.
What was funny about it is I remember Hasan talking about this, and it kind of sounded like he wasn't taking it too seriously. It sounded like he was kind of joking about it. Like, you know, wouldn't it be crazy if this happened? But as he was saying it, I was thinking, no, it actually wouldn't be crazy. It would be normal. This is how the government of the United States is running now, right? Everything is all about Donald Trump's vengeance, all about the suppression of viewpoints that the Trump administration disagrees with, special targeting towards people who either are not citizens or are not white, like, right? This is very on brand. This is very on brand, and intimidation, right? That's the other part. This is all very on brand for the Trump administration. As he was saying this, you know, wouldn't it be crazy if, I was thinking, no, actually, that's kind of what we're expecting at this point. And yeah, it turns out I'm guessing Hasan has expected it too. I'm guessing like he was kind of, you know, knock on wood, but at the same time recognized that this was a very real possibility. But yeah, the way he said it was kind of like throwaway, kind of like, oh yeah, you know, wouldn't it be crazy, right?
Oh, I was detained by Customs and Border Patrol. I was tactically ascertained and engaged in a kinetic situation where I was kinetically moved into a detention center inside of the O'Hare Airport, which I will tell you all about in a second. Oh, man. Didn't pass the ocular pat down. I believe it was before the ocular pat down. It's the flight manifest that they get ahead of time. They knew who I was. And so
I think he was reading chat there. Didn't pass the ocular pat down. Meaning you did not look white enough, did not look American enough, and were selected because of that. He's kind of correcting that and saying, yeah, it was before the ocular pat down. The flight manifest lists the people that are on the flight, and his name, he thinks, and he's probably right, was recognized, you know, by the people that chose to pull him out for some special attention.
were ready to receive me, let's just say, and it wasn't a very warm welcome. So what's happening? What's happening in Chicago? What the was that? You know, this is my second time coming back here, and the first time I was here for the DNC got kicked out. Second time I couldn't even enter the state. Almost definitely.
What's up with Chicago, chat? I gotta ask. What's up with Chicago? What's up with Illinois?
Interesting experience. Let me tell.
Like, he's just trying to come feel the Illinois, chat. He's just trying to feel the Illinois, and he gets there, and Al Capone is there to greet him.
Okay. Our story begins at Paris's premier international airport, Charles de Gaulle. Okay. Now, I'm somewhat of an experienced traveler, and usually as an experienced traveler, I like to get to the Charles de Gaulle airport early because I know, no disrespect to France, I love the country, but Charles de Gaulle airport is one of the worst in Europe. It's a major hub, but unfortunately, due to, I think, like a lack of interest from the managers of any of these companies, where they just refuse to hire additional people. And I feel like in France, you just have to always hire more people because everyone is doing work very slowly. Okay. It's just the pace that you have to adjust to. And therefore, you have to hire more people. There's always like,
I don't know if it's that French workers are doing their work slowly, or if it's that American workers have been conditioned to do the jobs of like 5 people by now. The way that productivity works in the United States is that, productivity, continually has been going up since like the 40s. And famously, there's that chart of productivity versus pay. Productivity used to go up alongside with worker pay, and in the 70s it decoupled, and pay has been pretty flat and productivity has been going up. But guess what happens when you are a more productive worker? They fire your coworkers and they ask you to do your coworker's job. Some of you may have had this exact experience. For some of you, maybe it was more subtle than that, and you were kind of, your frog was boiled, in that you don't realize that you're doing the work of multiple people, but you are. But for some of, some people out there have literally experienced this, right? Somebody is fired or quits, they are not replaced, but instead you are now instructed to do your duties and their duties.
Work stoppages and stuff like that. And the unions are relatively powerful, but the corporate overlords will literally punish travelers.
Oh, Philip Blair is reminding me, English borrowed the word pajamas from Hindi. I did not know that. But I should have guessed, right? Pajamas does not sound like a standard word in the English language. NCC is going to whipping between traffic on a motorcycle. Davy Cliff, if I can afford one, I might just do that. Yeah, it's definitely the way to travel. For male cat, you don't pronounce the T. Yeah, that's the way. I knew it was like one way or the other. I couldn't remember which way it was. The yeah, pussy got me stun locked. Unironically, Columbia Rican. Anyway, that always happens. But
instead of meeting the actual demands of labor unions there. So I've been in a situation where I've been like stuck in France and stuff. Like I had to do crazy maneuvering to get out. So I knew that. And because I knew that, I was like, I'll go.
Buffy Geek says, I was surprised that he was so surprised about that happening
3 hours early. It's something that
look, it's the kind of thing that you keep on hearing about this stuff, right? And there's a thought in the United States, nothing ever happens, or like if it does happen, it won't happen to me. It's going to happen to other people, right? This is how we're trained to react in the United States. And in this case, you're seeing how, yeah, if you are a large political figure, if you are a large, content creator in politics, then yeah, apparently the DHS does have, your name on a list somewhere. It's real, right? Like, people want to think that, okay, well, Trump is in charge, but, there's public servants that are working underneath him, and they're gonna do the thing where he's, like, I don't know, that somehow the fact that, like, that our public service is gonna be some kind of a bulwark against the Trump administration. But it turns out Not so much.
Usually
Not in Trump 2.0 at least.
I'm actually very slow. But this time I was like, I'll go 3 hours early and everything will be fine. I was already worried that
Mickey makes mixtapes. Turks less white under Trump. True.
I was going to have issues coming into the country. I had joked about it already. So I was like, at least on the one side, like leaving the country of France will not be that big of a problem. And boy, was I wrong. Okay, boy, was I wrong. So I hit the triple Monty. I had like a generational run. There was massive traffic going in. When you actually drive into the airport, the person that's dropping you off has to get a gate ticket at the gate. The ticket.
So he's talking about Charles de Gaulle, right? The big airport in Paris right now. We're not even at O'Hare yet.
It actually didn't work. Like, so we were stuck in traffic with like other cars behind us. Like my driver had to get out and be like and wave people away from the gate so that we could actually get to a gate that worked, all this stuff, right? And I'm like, oh brother, here we go. I mean, I'm flying business, so like I have sky priority, so I'm thinking like, oh, at least I'll be able to get my luggage in on time. Barely made it to the check-in. Okay, there was already issues with the check-in. Once I got through the check-in, I got hit at every single step. There's an automatic passport processor where you just kind of step into this room and then boop, doors open, you walk in, right? I wait in line. There's only one. None of the machines are working. Finally, I get to the machine that is working and the machine stops working. It just won't take my passport. It won't take my passport. I was like, oh, here we go. So I had to go to an actual officer to let me through so I could get in. Then I got stuck behind Classic.
Yo, Sidekick Starter, thank you for the Prime sub. That is a great way to support the channel, support the stream, and it costs you nothing. And it gets you emotes too. If you want the emojis, if you want to, be able to post the weasels, the jellyfish, and all the rest, right? You can do so with a Prime subscription, a Twitch Prime subscription at no cost to yourself. The other way to help the stream without paying a dime is to hit the like button on YouTube. That's also free.
Like old lady, okay? Old lady with a lot of bags, with a lot of fluids. So then like she's taking her fluids out and then like doing all this stuff at the security gate. I'm stuck behind this person. I already took out all my electronics and stuff. But of course, lo and behold, boom, I get stopped at security after this old lady as well. The old lady with the bags of fluids, Classic, she obviously was stopped, okay? She had to get GSR swabbed, all this. And then of course, I also got stopped.
Wait, what is GSR swabbed? Anybody want to help me out with that? What is GSR swabbed? I'm going to have to look this up.
Had to get GSR swabbed, all of this because I have electronics on me. And, I stopped there. Generational 3-hour run at Charles de Gaulle. And then afterwards, I get into the flight and I'm like, all right, finally. The flight was actually fantastic. I slept the entire time. I slept like a goddamn baby, slept the entire time. Didn't even eat on the flight, which is crazy. There's never been a moment where it was like an 8-hour to 9-hour flight and I didn't even eat. I slept the entire time on the flight. Finally get into the
gunshot residue? Is that what that is?
United States of America. And at which point I'm like, all right, let's do it. I got global entry. This is going to be
for explosives.
Be my first ever global entry entrance. Hopefully this will go smoothly. Okay. First time ever getting into global entry. I got it after my brother yelled at me over and over again, telling me you got to get global entry, whatever. Right. I get to the global entry line and they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom, immediately they take your photo of your face and you walk in and there's a customs person there, cop there, just basically waves you, okay? And they do that over and over again. It gets to me, take a photo, boom, walk in instantly. The Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, step aside, sir. I was like, here we go. All right. She goes, step aside, sir. An agent will come and take you to another location. I was like, is that proper protocol? I was like, sometimes it happens. I was like, okay. And I knew at that point, I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. I was basically I got Lolo on. I was like, listen, I'm going in. All right. I'm freaking going in. Who knows how long this will take? Who knows what will happen? I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this, and I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well.
Burly Pop Nation will riot if Hasan gets arrested.
Well, it is what it is. You know, M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine. Okay. They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area. Okay. There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. Okay. There's an old lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me. And the way it works is there's a back door, right? And they take your passport. They go to the back door. You don't know what the hell's going on in there. But they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands. And they go, you're clear to leave. Basically, when they bring you to the detention area, they, I guess, do some kind of surveillance on your background to figure out if you are
I'm a citizen of Girly Pop Nation. I should see if I can get dual citizenship, right?
going to get harassed even further, or if this level of harassment is fine. Okay. And I asked and I looked around at all the passports that people had to see if there were other American citizens. And lo and behold, at least in the area that I was at, I was the only American citizen. There was another guy that actually had an American passport as well. Because I asked the terrified family behind me, I was like, hey guys, if you don't mind me asking, like, do you guys have an American passport? They were like, no. So it turns out it's just they're terrifying the shit out of mostly non-American citizens. Okay. But apparently they're also interested in trying to terrify American citizens as well. So they're just like coming in and out. They get this lady in a wheelchair out of there, which I thought was so insane. Old lady in a wheelchair is in the ICE detention area, and they come out with their passport and they're like, here, you can leave. Okay. So that's one thing, right? Like, I've had secondary searches and stuff done to me before. I've had the, I think it's called the quadruple S. Like, they put the SSSS on your boarding pass and you always get checked.
What the fuck? Anybody know about this SSSS code on
randomly?
I feel like I've only been like selected out for search one time, and it was coming back to the United States from the Netherlands, right? I was flying out of Schiphol airport in the Netherlands, and yeah, sure enough, you know, what did they do? They took one of my suitcases out, they opened it, or they had me open it in front of them. I don't remember. Did they have like a dog sniff it maybe? I don't remember, but you know, whatever they were looking for, they did not find. But it's the only time that I've ever been like selected out for extra attention at an airport.
When you get hit with that, like, that's happened to me a lot.
Oh wait, I mean, unless you want to count like the time that I got on the plane, you know, most recently from the US to go to come here, they put me through that machine where you get in it and it like scans you, and like they showed something, like something showed up like on my back, right? So they're like, and it was funny too, because like, you know, they had my passport, right? So at first this guy comes up to like pat me down, but then I don't remember if it was like him or his female coworker. One of them was like, nope, we're gonna do it, like she's gonna do it, right? So they did end up switching, you know, who patted me down, despite the fact that my passport is inaccurate. Thank you to I almost said Mike Huckabee. Thank you to Marco Rubio. Thank you to the beautiful Trump administration and their glorious policy of a birth sex you know, mandate on our passports. Thanks to that, because of complying with that necessity, my you know, passport is, I would say, inaccurate. They would say accurate, right? But yeah, it didn't. Luckily, the people in Seattle, SeaTac, where I was flying out from, were, you know, we're trying to do things right still. SSSS is what you get when you beat Trackmania in negative time. Wait, how is that possible? I need to play this game. Zara's really into Trackmania too. She was trying to get me into it, but I haven't done racing games in a long time. SSSS, doesn't it sound like something from Dragon Ball Z? Like, it's like Super Saiyan. Like, I don't know. What color does your hair turn for that one, chat? Somebody let me know in chat.
In the past, I get GSR swabbed all the time. That stuff is normal. I've experienced that quite a bit. Okay. But this time I didn't even have the quadruple S on my boarding pass. So I was like, all right, it's probably fine. So I wait. Finally, this agent comes out, says, Hasan Piker. I'm like, that's me. Coming with me. I'm like, oh, brother, here we go. They take me to this back room. Okay. And the back room is not great. The back room is designed in the most.
The back room is never great. Whether it's the back rooms from the back rooms and everything is mono yellow and buzzing with the hum of ultraviolet lights, or whether it is the back room that they take you in to, discuss with HR, or whether it's the back room, like he's saying at O'Hare. It's never a good thing. It's never like, come into the back room. Oh, cool.
Most hostile way I've ever been inside of a room. The vibes are really back there. Everything is fluorescent light bulb, obviously.
Everything is he was in the back rooms, chat. What the fuck happened? Like he's literally describing the back rooms, right? This isn't just the back room. This is the back rooms. Narwhal, did you say we're at 107 now? I think I heard you say, was it 107? Is that right? I don't know.
Had these two seats that were firmly planted into the ground. Okay. They were complete metal. They were like tiny stools, very uncomfortable, with like braces on the side so you can handcuff someone to them. Okay. And there was also a seat for like a lawyer. So I sat down on the lawyer seat on the corner to establish dominance because I've watched too many JCS interrogation videos and I knew I had to have command over the room. So I didn't sit in the cuck chair. Instead, I sat in the lawyer chair and we got to talking. And let me tell you folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane situation. So it's very obvious.
So as far as the TikTokers, right, that's like making me think that, like, I mean, I don't know. There's larger TikTok accounts too, obviously love the JCS videos. I mean, he learned a lot from that. Yeah, apparently. You know what? Raging Ocean, I used to hate that was the meta. Remember when that was the meta? Every streamer watching JCS stuff. And I was like, this is propaganda. But then somehow one day, like my, YouTube auto-played over to a JCS video. And I was hooked. I see what the deal is. I see why that shit is so interesting. I'm trying to remember which one I watched. Was it the kid that like killed another kid in the high school bathroom? I think it was that one. There was a whole, I'm trying to remember, what's the most famous one, chat? What's the really famous one with the woman that did something horrible, but if you look at her interrogation, she seems like she's totally innocent. But then somehow they her story comes apart at the very end, and it's I can't remember what it was, but like, yeah, it's like one of the more notorious JCS videos. Like, I get the propaganda stuff, but the techniques are so interesting. Yeah.
Obvious that they knew exactly who the I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the.
Anybody want to remind me who that was? What was that? General Public's got me. And Dragon Ball Super Saiyan SSSS. Saikyo. Oh, Saikyo. Chat, that's one of my favorite words in Japanese. Saikyo. Because it sounds like psycho when they say it, and it means the best. Saikyo Super Saiyan Secret is a project launched by Bandai in conjunction with V-Jump and Saikyo Jump. Saikyo Jump. The channel has addressed bad cops. JCS has. One of the detectives who murdered her ex-boyfriend like 20 years earlier. Maybe that was it. Yeah, it was one of the more notorious ones.
Conversation, and it was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial. Okay, it was.
So let me see if I got this right. Saikyo Super Saiyan Secret.
very cordial, which I thought it was strange how cordial it was, because I've had run-ins with like cops in the past. I've had run-ins with feds in the past. Well, I guess the FBI was very cordial as well.
Sugoi, yeah, Sugoi is really good.
When I had some talks with them in the past, but overall, I was not expecting CBP agents to be cordial. I will say that.
I also really like what is that one that is like, oh my god, why can't I remember this like super simple phrase in Japanese? Joshua Keller, I want JCS on Hasan's interview. I would love that. Yeah, that needs to happen.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably classified, right? So it probably can't happen, but it would be awesome.
Now, having said that, the entire process is supposed to be intimidating. So it's like, suck my.
What is it? Daijoba? Yeah, Daijoba des, right? That's like my favorite. Because like, I feel like if I ever visited Japan, I would just constantly be like, Daijoba.
Or whatever. Okay. I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention.
Daijoba desu ka? Daijoba.
From that point on.
Daijoba desu.
And let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points. He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovery.
Chat, I'm convinced this was Agent Smith. This is what happened. Mr. Piker. I think he got Agent Smith. I think that's what. I think this guy's more than just a DHS agent.
Discovering in the process.
My favorite Japanese word is momo. Oh my god, momo scare me though, because this one VTuber once, who was an apartheid anime girl, kind of looked like a momo.
That conversation,
like a cursed momo.
He would ask additional questions. So, he's like, oh, what are you doing in Chicago?
Like her VTube avatar, like they tried to rotate it like this and like this to give her like, character, and it just like does not look human. It looks very, very much like a cursed Momo.
I was very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early from France, even though today is technically Mother's Day.
Ironic.
Because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, oh, what kind of speaking engagement? It's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, oh, well, since you mentioned that.
Oh, since you mentioned that, Mr. Anderson, I mean, Mr. Piker.
He kept saying, oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job? And I was like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And he's like, well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about? And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think this motherfucker is going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time where I was like, what the is this question? Like, I literally straight up told
chat, I'm trying to imagine how this question could ever be appropriate, right? I guess if you thought that somebody was like a danger to the president, that might be an appropriate question, right? If you had some kind of information that suggested that this person might actually be like a physical danger, right? That's the only time I can imagine asking that question of like, oh, do you talk about the president? Like, do you what is your opinion on the president? It fucking shouldn't matter. Unless you're living in a autocratic dictatorship of some sort.
him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? And it was interesting because the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand. Nothing I've done online is illegal as of now, if that makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future, and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do.
Oh, chat.
Is the goal.
Wait a minute. I said that I thought that the film of Hasan's interrogation / interview would be completely classified, but it turns out that it is actually on. Look, let's see. Is this Hasan meeting with the special agent?
You got quite a record, Bill. A lot of drugs poured down the old vein.
I was a troubled person then. I'm married now, straight. Got a good job.
Straight. That's the operative phrase right there.
It's my job. I use it to kill bugs.
It says it kills bugs.
He could be right. I'd like to see it.
Me too. I'd like to see it too.
Well, gee. I'd like to demonstrate, but I already got rid of that last case of crabs I had.
See, this is the thing, Hasan. I don't think that's helping you. I don't think that making fun of these guys is the best idea. Anyway, chat, I don't think that was the actual Hasan clip from the interrogation.
Everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment, okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because, one, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the detention. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. Maybe it was up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see what they were trying to take from this conversation. So, instead of just pleading the fifth as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump. Yes, right? I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the is up with that, And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. And I don't know if it was like a JCS style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic to invoke some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up, or because he just genuinely was.
Why only at the airport? Well, basically, here's the deal. They're using ICE, Customs and Border, and DHS to intimidate people, right? These are three wings of the Trump operation to turn America into an authoritarian hellhole, as if it didn't have enough authoritarian aspects already. They're just kind of inverted totalitarian aspects, but now we've uninverted them with the Trump administration and sort of taken the mask off the machine, and it's ugly. It's really ugly. But yeah, that's why they're essentially weaponizing these branches of the federal government to create a chilling effect.
Sympathetic, and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, right? But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this, because if he wasn't, there was a lot of Redditor ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol at O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding. And I knew immediately, if that mother is my agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOT. This dude is going to literally cook me. So I got a little lucky. All right. I will admit. So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because they bracket you into different categories. For me,
Woody Red says this is going to happen to you when you come back. This is why, Woody Red. This is why I'm not coming back.
They wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis, or they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up.
And as much as I want to think that a random small streamer chick such as myself is not on their radar in any way, I don't know, chat. I don't want to find out. I don't want to fuck with it. I don't want to take a chance. I'm not coming back. I'm taking those language courses. I'm getting that education visa, and I'm staying my ass the fuck in Thailand until things change back home, right?
That's literally what this conversation was about. And it's not even a joke. Like, they literally tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane because there is no direct connection or direct involvement. So we're talking.
I'll tell them, Woody Red, that I'm a drama slop content creator. I'm part of SlopTube. And then they'll be like, oh, go right ahead. You know? They'll let me out. Like, it'll be like me and Nicholas Diorio. And they'll be like, oh, SlopTubers? Yeah, let them out. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Talking. I'm telling him like, oh, I'm Chicago. I'm going to be speaking there for the journalism school. I told him like,
I should
like
pee.
Donald Trump. And I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process. I was like, it doesn't feel too routine. And
oh, that's sweet of you, Omega Star. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to do my best to stay the fuck out of the United States. I don't know if I'll stay in Thailand for this entire time, but for now it seems like a good idea, and definitely learning the language is something that I've started doing and I want to continue doing. And yeah, we'll figure out. We'll cross every bridge as we get there. I love the hair. I'm glad you got out. Thank you, Kaylala. Oh my god, chat is being so sweet to me today. I really do appreciate it. Like, especially after, like, I was unsure, chat, when I saw what she had done with my hair. I was like, I had a moment of uncertainty, but then, looking at it again, I really like it, and it looks like chat really likes it too. Always been treated nicely at O'Hare. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel like when I've been at O'Hare, I stay on the runway a little longer than I'd like to, but other than that, no complaints. If you say you talk about Ethan Klein on your stream, DHS will... Wait, what is this? DHS sends you to the gulags. That's right. I'm going to pee. I'll be right back.
Basically, my big fear from the entire situation was, like, if they were to ask for my phone. Not that there's anything incriminating in my phone, but I don't want the federal government inside of my phone beyond all of the times where they probably have been engaging in, like, warrantless surveillance on my phone or whatever the like, it's not your business, you know what I mean? It's none of your business. It's a goddamn free country. Like, there's privacy laws for this country. So for those of you who don't know, by the way, they can't actually unlock your phone, but if you have biometrics on your phone, they could technically use that and put the phone to your face and unlock it that way. So just so you know, they could technically do that, okay? They could technically do that. But there's a trick. Either you get a burner phone when you're traveling internationally, or if you have your regular phone, you can just do a passcode by either canceling biometrics, or if you forgot to cancel biometrics, like your Face ID, what you can do is click it 5 times. If you click hold 5 times in a row, it will actually disable Face ID and it will force you to put your passcode in. And because there are laws against, like, the agents not being able to force you to put your passcode in, they can't actually access your phone like that. Now, there's different methods of how they can access your phone. From what I understand, they can also put it on a computer and just, like, plug it into a machine, and the machine just basically takes all of the information in your phone. So it is what it is. I don't know if you can actually do that if your phone is on, but I was thinking about all these things. I had already unlocked the biometrics, like I disallowed biometrics, and it's a Faraday cage once you get into the detention center anyway, so you can't actually send any text messages once you're in there. There's no access to the internet. I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas. And he kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group? Like, he just kept asking over and over again, right? And I kept repeating the same statement over and over again. I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. So he just kept asking me over and over again, like Hamas, Houthis, all this, trying to be like, oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? Which I thought was insane, because the reality of the matter is, up until this very moment, if you were to say, as an American citizen, you stand 10 toes down with Hamas, or you stand 10 toes down with the Houthis, or whatever they can't deny you entry into the country for that. But I don't know what the they're trying to do. So I was like, I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating over and over again. The American government's position is that Hamas is a terrorist organization. But then he just kept asking me about the Houthis. He's like, well, do you agree with the terrorist designation for the Houthis? And I said, I'm of the Brookings Institute mindset that in 2020, when Donald Trump initially designated the Houthis as a terror organization, that was a major mistake. I talk about these issues from an academic context with humanitarian rights organizations and with academics and with journalists. As a matter of fact, this is completely protected under First Amendment laws. And therefore, you know, I don't understand what the reason why we're having this conversation is. And I kept saying that over and over again, at which point he just like kind of gave up. But what I thought was really interesting was, and I even followed it up with like, I said, I call balls and strikes. And you know, there are things that Trump has done that I actually agree with. And I'm not shy about saying those things, even though initially he said he was going to end all these wars. He hasn't done so. I think these wars are unnecessary. They're costly. And a lot of civilians die in the process. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's very inappropriate, and it must end, right? Like that's my position. But I do think that Trump did a good thing where he implemented a ceasefire with the Houthis. So when he does stuff like that, when I agree with him, I tell him what's what. When I agree with Trump in a decision, I'm open about it, right? So
that whole like this question has come up before, I think, in the context of my stream, in as much as like Trump's decision to stop bombing the Houthis, while it makes sense, right? Logically, it makes sense. You know, if you've just been observing like what's been happening with the Biden administration's attempt to intimidate the Ansar Allah from stopping maritime traffic in their waters, you'd see that it was totally ineffectual. You'd look at the fact that Yemen and the Ansar Allah government have been under attack for many years by the U.S.-backed Saudis as well. You would notice that they're kind of dug in. You would notice that you're not going to get a lot of you're not going to achieve any sort of political, military, or diplomatic end by bombing this group of people, right? But it still surprises me that Trump recognized that. So there's some people hypothesizing that maybe there's some interpersonal issue with Netanyahu, as in, I don't know, he felt like slighted by, either Netanyahu or someone in Israel's diplomatic negotiations team, and that's what this is about. I mean, they're also talking to Iran as far as, and essentially trying to put together something along the lines of the Obama policy, the Obama the agreement with Obama that Trump blew up. So it's kind of, I'm not sure what's going on.
Explained that to him, and I just yapped away over and over and over again. And what I found to be particularly interesting was in the first half of the conversation, it was just like basically a fact-finding mission, right? Try to get me to say something that I think would be of interest. In the second part of the conversation, there were some real actionable items that he presented that, depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm going to jail. Because the first stuff was just illegal for him to ask me those questions and completely idiotic and ridiculous. And I think they did it because they know who the fuck I am and they wanted to put the fear of God into me, not knowing that I'm a stubborn piece of and, that's not going to work at all, right? The second half of the conversation was actually like, because he left, went away for like 35 minutes, came back, and then he asked like actionable items. But one thing that I will take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again were unironically brought up in that conversation.
There we go. So this is the point, I think, of today's stream, is that as much as we joke about drama slop YouTubers being nihilistic and meaningless and just reveling in interpersonal toxicity, there are real consequences for this kind of thing, especially at times like now, right? In addition to the consequence of going after exclusively pro-Palestinian voices in a moment where they're most needed to be heard from, you've also got, essentially giving ammo to the Trump administration for any sort of authoritarian act that they want to take against this person, right? When you start calling him a terrorist, all this stuff, you're on the wrong side of history, and you're also, potentially contributing to. I wonder how Ethan would feel if Hasan, ended up getting detained for more than 2 hours. Right? Is really my question. Like, would he care? Would he just be like, "Whoa, well, obviously there was something to that," right? I don't know.
And I was shocked. Okay, not like the bleach sword off.
Columbia super chatted $5. There a chance that both Biden and Trump were in cahoots in the whole thing with Israel? 'Cause all of this sadly started under Biden and ramped up by Trump.
Yeah, the Biden administration's policy on Israel-Palestine is what, enabled the first phase of the genocide to go on. Trump sort of allowing Israel to do a fake ceasefire. And then saying that he would back up and it's really confusing too, because at the same time as you've got these things that are perceived as slights to Israel, you've also got Trump talking about potentially deploying U.S. forces to Gaza after the quote unquote war, which is a very asymmetric, one-sided conflict of just civilians being erased.
Obviously, but like the Houthi, like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi, and I was like, or was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came out afterwards and before I interviewed him that he's not a Houthi. But
think about who was saying Hasan's interviewing a Houthi. Think about what media that this person is looking at to ask that question. Oh, it says here you interviewed a Houthi. Did you interview a Houthi?
He is a regular Yemeni citizen. And I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh, yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So he must not have been.
Frownchad says, I can tell you exactly how Ethan would feel about it. He'd feel wrongfully vindicated and would take credit with a stupid week-long special dress as Agent Smith. Yeah, he probably would.
A Houthi. And the very fact that that was like a point of contention that could have gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking like, these dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fire. And I even thought about not even mentioning this because I was like, I don't want to give him any.
Yeah, so if you are in interpersonal disagreement with Hasan, if you think that some of the stuff that he says goes too far, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, if you're Ethan Klein, if you're who Ethan says he is, then you'd think that you'd maybe want to back down from this now. But I don't know, Chad. Brown Chad might be right. Like, I could see him doubling down on this and being like, yeah, well, it looks like there really was something to it. It looks like the, you know, Play Something says, apparently Ethan is not going to do a member stream this week because he has an important video to edit. Do you think he's going to push harder now that this is happening? Yeah, I know. I don't know. Would that be the content nuke part 2 that you think he's working on? We'll look at that part of the stream too, because he does mention that Drama Slop is not just for the lulz, and it's not cute. It's not funny. It's shitty and is legitimately dangerous. Oh wait, did I need to add Columbia Rican's super chat to the. Wait, did I do that right? Yeah, 112. Biden and Trump being in cahoots about Israel? I don't know. I mean, there's no love lost between the two administrations, obviously. The sad thing is that you might be onto something. You know, you might like that. The grain of truth here is that their policies, their Israel Gaza policies aren't all that different. Started long before Biden. Oh, true. Yeah, Trump and the first term did a hell of a lot for Israel. Yeah, a hell of a lot that, you know, if you're looking for any event to attribute October 7th to, I would say the movement of the U.S. Embassy to East Jerusalem, or to Jerusalem, and the occupation of the Golan Heights, right? There were lots of little, you know, treats given to Israel by the Trump administration in his first thing. The blue butterfly on your new color. Oh, it pops. Thank you, BKK. I can. Tiffany Trump is about to give birth to Trump's Lebanese grandson. Then, if you think of how Bibi gave him the golden pager, oh no, what was he thinking? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Bibi, that's his thing now. He gives everybody pagers. Ethan is, I mean, like, it's part of the whole meme thing, the whole meme authoritarian. I feel like meme authoritarianism, meme dictatorship is like one of the worst ways that can manifest. America's on some real Red Scare type shit, dressed with Islamophobia as always. Yeah. I mean, just look at Trump's rhetoric. You know, the enemy within, the enemy without, and the enemy within, and sometimes the enemy within is a lot worse than the enemy without. Content nuke denims. Is he that stupid? I don't know. What do you think, chat? He did talk about going over after the orbiters, right? In his second content nuke.
Sort of like power over the situation, but like the reality of the matter is.
Oh, also, thank you for the super chat. Wait, I saw it. Yeah, Joshua Keller. I wanted to make sure to.
100%, the Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these dip. These dip are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law. Okay, that is literally the case. It was shocking that was the case, but it is the case. And it's actually very frustrating that it is the case, that this administration doesn't care. That's why they work with Beitar. That's why they work with all these other insane groups. The Barry Weisses of the world actually have motion in this goddamn admin. They're cheering this on over at eSub. Yeah, I know. They can suck my liberal.
Oh my God, the subreddit, the H3 subreddit is cheering this on. Did you hear that? Look, at the very least, I would hope for some performative statement of, well, he doesn't deserve that. or some performative statement of, well, the Trump administration is really fucked up. And here's where Hasan and I agree, right? Here's what I agree with Hasan on his criticism of, Trump's authoritarianism. You'd think that something, at least performative, to try to disambiguate himself from what's happening to Hasan would be something that Ethan would be interested in saying, if nothing else than for optics. But at least the subreddit seems to be going the other direction right now.
By the way, one of the largest progressive voices in the country getting detained by the Trump Gestapo. Like, what a wonderful progressive audience they have over there. Anyway, they're straight up fascist at this point. So my point is, it's crazy that like these were actual questions. Like, they asked me about my Twitch bans, okay? And I talked about blowback. I talked about how, I said America deserved 9/11 and it was misconstrued. I do have sometimes I use hyperbolic language and it gets taken out of context or whatever. And he agreed with the blowback sentiment in terms of like the 9/11 stuff. Yeah, they asked me about my Twitch bans, chat. It's not even a joke. They asked me about Twitch bans. The other Twitch ban he asked me about was the last one that I got banned. And I explained to him like, this is, man, you really talk way too much. Lawyer will be pretty upset at you. Dude, what are you talking about? I know that under normal circumstances, I'm supposed to say, I want a lawyer. I don't want to talk to you. But nothing I'm doing is illegal. And I also wanted to see what would happen. Do you understand? I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to actually see this experience, which is why instead of immediately lawyering up, I was like, no, I'm going to entertain this. I'm going to see what they actually are trying to get out of this. And I'm glad I did this because the reality of the matter is, one, I'm profoundly privileged. Okay. Remember, I'm a public person. And also I have enough money to be able to fight back against this sort of thing. And they know who the I am. So obviously the reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the fuck up. And for me, I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment to try and see what the fuck they're doing. Okay. Because every single thing that they ask me, trying to get me to say something like, oh, I support Hamas or whatever, is literally not allowed. Like, what the do you mean? Like, why is this?
It's pretty esoteric for an ICE interview. Look, I don't trust this guy. The guy that Hasan's saying that he had a conversation with, and he was like, well, at least this is the guy, I got the Iraqi guy. I didn't get the white Redditor, asshole that would have, cooked my ass and sent me over to CCOT, right? I don't know. I don't trust anybody like right on that side of the interview table, right? And the fact that the dude is trying to say he's like, well, you don't understand, like I said, when I said the US deserved 9/11, I didn't mean I was like cheering like that that had happened, or that I was saying that there was blowback, right? That the United States foreign policy creates these situations, right? And that the guy was like, oh yeah, no, I can totally see how that would be blowback. That is not a statement I would trust, right? That is that sounds to me like the guy is trying to gain Hasan's trust, right? Making Hasan feel all at ease. Oh yeah, no, totally. No, I totally understand that blowback. Yes, correct, sir. Right. And it's just like, I don't think that makes him, more trustworthy. I think that makes him less trustworthy. Like the fact that he's a federal agent and he felt, like, I'm sorry, that sounds like good cop behavior. You know what I'm saying? Good cop, bad cop. The whole technique, right? They bring in one person, and this isn't what they didn't do. Good cop, bad cop to Hasan. Apparently, they only had one person talking to him. But when they do the good cop, bad cop thing, they'll bring in one person that's like really tough, and it's like, this dude wants to fry your ass. And then they'll bring in somebody else that's like, oh, so as I understand, you weren't making that comment about the U.S. and 9/11 to say that you were endorsing what happened. You were, saying that you thought that the blowback from the foreign policy is what caused that. Am I like right? And then they get your trust, and you just kind of relax, and you're like, oh yeah, I don't know. It sounds like more cop bullshit to me.
denying me entry into the country of my birth. Like, this is my birthright. I'm an American citizen. You can't just stop me at the border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation. Like, that was the first half. Like I said, they asked about the Twitch bans. They asked about like the Rick Scott statement. And I was like, listen, you know, I laughed. I was like, I'm not calling for the assassination of a sitting senator to be insane. But instead, I explained to him, like, I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans, blah, blah, blah. I explained away all that. And he was understanding. Then he went back and he came back. And the actionable items that came up afterwards was basically asking me about if I had ever been in contact with Hamas, if I'd ever been in contact with the Houthis, directly or indirectly, if I'd ever actually been in contact with Hezbollah, if I'd actually ever offered financial support or logistics or any kind of support to Hamas,
oh yeah, that was that fundraiser I did, you know, when we
Hezbollah or Houthis. They straight up asked me that. And I laughed. I said, no, of course not. But yeah, that was, once again, these are questions that they're asking. But one thing that I thought was really interesting was in the actionable side of things, they also asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had a communication or correspondence with
Jerry McLean says shutting up would be the fastest way to get detained.
a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? Now, what's really insane about that is that as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I've maintained this position over and over again. And I said that I would have given the opportunity to talk to someone that is a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right? I think that I have the right to do so. So that is the part where they were like, if you answer yes to any of that.
Sounds so absurd. Honestly, Iraqi ICE agent said, you know what? Fair enough. Yeah, that was blowback. Yeah, I don't trust that at all. I do not trust that.
When, you know, there's like actually illegal stuff in there. Having said that, there is one part of it that wasn't illegal, which is being in communications or being in contact with someone at Hamas. Like,
having someone pull up the shit I said at an airport would be so weird.
That is a part of journalism.
Well, look, if you were really saying stuff like that made you sound like a danger to elected officials or something like that, you know, they would ask you these kind of questions, right? You know, if you're under the Obama administration, you know, if they had you were in a group chat with a bunch of like, I don't know, yeah, right, you know, that you would understand like that, you know, that line of questioning, at least if you actually were somebody who was posing a danger, right? But in this case, they're using those tools that they have for trying to deal with, you know, threats to public officials, and they're, you know, ramping up the level of threat. They're ramping up what is, you know, considered beyond the pale.
Super chatted $5. Post 9/11 flying I have done. If my hair is brown, I am left alone. If my hair was blue or red or purple, I got pulled aside for.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, like, I don't know. Are we assuming those are like searches for substances or something? If they're pulling you aside when your hair has got a color, sounds like a good cop tactic. That's what it sounds like to me. What if this is Ethan's way of getting back about the CP? I don't think that Ethan runs shit, variant, but I mean, that's a scary thing to think about. Yeah. But yeah, Joshua, thank you for the super chat. Interesting. You know what? The time that I got my bag searched, I think I might have had, I can't remember what exactly it was, but it was, you know, I think it was what I was wearing. I think it might have been like what I was wearing that got me pulled over, got me pulled out to look at my bag.
Who actually can do. It's ridiculous. Like, you can interview ISIS. Like, what are we talking about? The notion that this would be an issue for the Customs and Border Patrol is ridiculous. Okay. I mean, Donald Trump is in contact with Hamas. He had a envoy directly talk to Hamas a couple months prior. He's in direct contact with the Houthis. Like, what are you talking about? And so is Dropsite. Like, the idea that this will deny you entry into the country is like, what are we talking about? What do you mean? Like, what kind of insane double standard is there? right? So that part was frustrating. And the interview interrogation, whatever you want to call it, that basically ended with me asking, like, so what is the purpose of this? Like, am I being detained? And because I was like, you know that I'm going to talk about this. I was like, a lot of people have talked about this like detainment structure. And he was like, yeah, people really exaggerate how these things go. And I was like, well, it is not a great situation to be in, you know, like, what do you mean? And yeah, he was like, yeah, there's been a lot of reporting on, you know, the conditions in situations like this in detainment, but you're not technically detained. I was like, so I can leave? Like, I asked him, like, am I detained? And he's like, no. I was like, all right, so what's the purpose of this entire situation? I could just walk out right now. And basically, when I said that, the interview ended. So I don't know if that was something that I should have said from the start. Am I being detained? You know, what's the deal here? That's your Fourth Amendment right? No, you don't have. Okay, chatters, I need you to understand something. So after I said, am I being detained or whatever, he was like, no, well, you know, he didn't like abruptly end it. He kept asking some questions, but it pretty much ended after that. And I don't know if that's like, I got lucky there, because when I asked, like, am I free to go? That kind of stopped the process a little bit. And I don't know if that's the reason why I didn't have them look through my phone, but I wasn't planning on letting them look through my phone anyway. That was my point. Like, there was a line where I was going to say, I'm done with this. Either arrest me or, you know, let me go. I don't know what's happening here. I got detained. I didn't get detained. Yes, chatter. Yes. ICE agents took me to a detention center. That is a de facto detention. Like, what are you talking about? The total runtime of it was like 2 hours, which was definitely faster than I thought it was going to be.
You think, wait, Ash says, I think if he had asked if he was being detained at the start, they would have just said yes.
I'll admit. And
I don't know. I kind of think that this might have been one of those things where cops of all varieties will try to play on your ignorance, right? Your ignorance and your fear. All right, saying something like, am I being detained? Am I free to go? Sounds sort of very forward, right? And when you're in a situation where you don't want any trouble from the authorities and you're not sure what the deal is, it's not something that people would naturally think to ask. However, in a lot of situations where you're not being detained, just a simple statement of that, am I being detained? If I'm going to be asked any more questions, I'm going to ask for my lawyer. Now, the question is, though, I'm not sure. Chat, somebody check me in chat. I don't know if Davi's still here, but can you request a lawyer upon reentry into the United States, right? I know that normally in the United States, if you're being questioned by any kind of cops, you have the right to an attorney, you have the right to remain silent, etc. Right, you got those constitutional rights. But I don't know, does that apply in this situation, right? I don't know exactly how, like, that, like, do they have like a carve out in the airport where they're like, this is not America, right? Yet, right? This is is the detention area, like, somehow, a different zone, so to speak, where maybe you don't have the right to. I'm pretty sure you have the right to an attorney, but
I probably should have asked, am I being detained from the start? And I wonder what would have happened. But I basically asked him, like, do you think this is going to happen again? Right? I was like, is this going to happen again? And he said, maybe. And he gave me this piece of paper, this sheet from Homeland Security. What is
asking if you're a detained puts pressure on the cops and feds to cough up an official reason for a detain. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that they'll sometimes try to gather information in absence of a warrant or anything to detain somebody on, and just rely on your fear and ignorance, in that you feel like, the fact that most people think that cooperating with law enforcement is the safest thing to do, especially if you're not doing anything bad, right? I think they kind of rely on it. Are you not detained? Oh my God, I love that. It would have been much worse if he did well not being combative. Well, yeah, being combative for sure, but it sounds like, him not, asking for a lawyer or, asserting his constitutional rights or anything like that. It seems like it was as much, for his own curiosity. Hasan said he messaged a bunch of people about it before he went into the interrogation. Border rules. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, is because it's like a border enforcement sort of situation. I don't know if you necessarily can invoke all of your constitutional rights in that situation. You can lawyer up at border control only if you're detained. I see. You're being arrested under U.S. law. You have U.S. rights. There's a carve out where the area before. Yeah, that's what I thought. Before you go into customs and immigrations is not the USA. Yeah. I remember something about this. The reverse good cop.
DHS trip. Okay. And you can, I guess, submit an inquiry at dhs.gov/trip and ask why I was stopped. You will be prompted to describe your particular concerns and experience, provide contact information to which a response will be directed, and be assigned a case number to help you monitor the progress of your inquiry, which I will do. Okay. I will do this. And he basically said, you can figure out what not to do so that this doesn't happen again. And I suspect the what not to do is just don't be a political commentator that speaks about American foreign policy, which is not something I'm planning on stopping. Now, why did I tell you guys about this experience? Okay. Why did I tell you about this entire experience? Because in my mind, I thought maybe I shouldn't reveal this stuff, because I think the goal here is to put fear into people's hearts, to have a chilling effect on speech, that the government is unafraid of intimidating you in illegal ways. Okay. The government is now officially willing and able to intimidate you for your speech. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment. I'm no First Amendment auditor.
Juju Juggernaut says, sounds like Americans are in a constitutional cage. Yeah. Yeah. And look, this is something that I need to point out to anybody who hasn't got the message yet. The Constitution, as a mechanism for protecting your freedoms, has failed. Is insufficient, right? In preventing a dictator from taking over the country through demagoguery, the Constitution has failed, right? In mandating the enforcement of judicial review, the Constitution has failed. All right, please, if you take nothing else away from this, stream. Understand that it is insufficient. What it is designed to do, what it is supposed to do, what we all, have learned in our, in elementary school that the Constitution does for us, that the Bill of Rights does, it doesn't do it. It's not good enough. It doesn't work. It failed. It got stress tested and it came up lacking. All right. So if this kind of thing is important to you, if you believe in the freedom of speech, if you believe in civil rights, if you believe in anything, right, it is now on you. It is now on you to agitate for something stronger. And that may not be under the rubric of the United States, right? That may not be under the, I don't know. I feel like at this point, the contract is null and void. You don't owe loyalty to any despot, okay? You don't owe loyalty to any political office. If you have any loyalty to anything, it is your friends, your family, your neighbors, the people that you care about, and it is to principles. Principles which are no longer being upheld in the United States of America. And that's a harsh reality, and there's a lot of implications that I'm not going to go into right now, chat, because But you just do the math, chat. Do the math, and you will start to come to terms with what must be done, right?
No big city libertarian. I'm no Mr. Admiral Maritime Law. But the reality of the matter is that as of this administration, they are totally willing and able to actually come after you for your speech. And even with like ridiculous, like they're willing and able to go along with like stuff that gets written in the free press, or willing and able to go along with that even editors bring up. Okay, that's how stupid and silly this situation has gotten. Now, of course, does this stop me from saying whatever the I want to say? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. But the reason why I wanted to talk about it was to give you more insight into what the government is doing and to speak out against this sort of stuff, because I do have a position of privilege here, and I want to make sure that like you should know your rights, that you should not be fearful, and you should not worry, especially if you're an American citizen, that these guys are going to come after you and like arrest you or something. Okay, but it is pretty wild, I will say. As someone who's been held up in airports many times over, it was actually shocking that these guys totally grabbed me, knowing exactly who I am, knowing that I will most likely talk about this, with the hopes that I think that they would at least stoke some fear and threaten people like.
So what he's saying is, don't let this intimidate you. All right, like they didn't take him to the mat. They could have. They could have. So it's not gotten, that bad yet. They are taking into consideration, at the very least, that Hasan is a man of means and a man who can, afford more than adequate legal representation, right? So, but yeah, they are looking to send a message, right? And that message is fear. And their goal is fear, right? They're obviously not, and I said before, joked around about what would happen if I came back to the United States. I don't know. I don't think that I'm on big enough or important enough to be on anybody's radar. I kind of don't want to find out either. Right? But I mean, a message is to people that don't have Hasan's means of hey, maybe you shouldn't be talking that shit. And we gotta resolve to continue talking that shit. If we are all talking, and I don't mean Fed posting, okay? There's a big difference between Fed posting and talking that shit, right?
Myself, and then also threaten others as a byproduct of this. I mean, it backfired in my situation.
What I'm trying to say, chat, is that they can't, at least not right now, come after us all. So people ducking their heads down and trying to, not trying to dodge the ire of the administration is kind of the exact opposite of what we should be thinking now. That's what Hasan's trying to get across, right? Let me just rewind that, because I think this was important. Their goal in doing this to Hasan, knowing that Hasan will talk about this, is to spread fear, is to create a chilling effect. We cannot let them succeed in that attempt.
Stop me from saying whatever the I want to say? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. But the reason why I wanted to talk about it was to give you more insight into what the government is doing and to speak out against this sort of stuff, because I do have a position of privilege here, and I want to make sure that you should know your rights, that you should not be fearful, and you should not worry, especially if you're an American citizen, that these guys are going to come after you and arrest you or something. Okay? But it is pretty wild, I will say. As someone who's been held up in airports many times over, it was actually shocking that these guys totally grabbed me, knowing exactly who I am, knowing that I will most likely talk about this, with the hopes that I think that they would at least stoke some fear and threaten people like myself, and then also threaten others as a byproduct of this. I mean, it backfired in my situation, but I hope this doesn't discourage others from speaking out as well. They don't have the right to do this, okay? They do not have a right to do this. If you don't already know, your ops are doing mass email campaigns to the feds to try and get this exact same thing to happen. Yeah, I know. They can suck my for all of my dumbass ops. I think it's really, really crazy that the government is willing and able to work with like genuine.
Both Kyle and Hasan went through the same with Jimmy Dore and Ethan Klein. The only difference is that Ethan's lies reaching to the wrong ears that is now putting us all in danger. What Kyle tried to, or Jimmy Dore tried to get Kyle deplatformed or something?
Schizophrenic stalkers, whether they be Beitar or any other group. It is actually wild that they're willing and able to work with these people. It blows my mind, but you know, that is where we're at. It also blows my mind that there are people who see this kind of stuff and go, oh, that's wonderful. It's like swatting. But this time it's a federal swatting that we can do. We can get the federal agents to like jail people that my favorite content creator doesn't like. Airports are not constitutional free zones. That's a lie that ICE pushes to make you comply with them. That's not entirely correct. Lesbian Boulevard. There's years and years of precedent in
Lesbian Boulevard, great chatter name.
Post 9/11 war on terror world where they have
That's kind of awesome.
actually created a structure where they can get away with violating your Fourth Amendment rights in airports. Like, it's an illegal gray area. Here was Lolo. Overrules take DHS flagging and detaining one of U.S.'s largest left-wing voices for their political opinions, while the Trump admin suggests they might suspend habeas corpus, does not portend well for the future. Yeah, that's where we're at. What was the reason for the detainment? You know what the reason for the detainment was. It's because I am
You were trying to get to Kaya.
flagged in the flight manifest. Is this going to change the way you travel? No, but it does actually gum up the works a little bit in terms of going to Cuba. I forgot. There was other questions that they asked, like, have you traveled to the Middle East? Have you been to any of the Gulf states? All this and, you know, it is what it is. I'm not discouraged. I'm not intimidated. I don't give a I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. That was my Customs and Border Patrol experience. And yeah, it's just like pure intimidation tactics. And it was very similar to the experience that one TikToker talked about. But luckily, I never got to the point of having them go through my phone. And that was my red line, like no matter what. That was where I was going to be like, no, you can't do that. And, you know, arrest me then if you want to. Oh, this is the experience that it closely resembled, by the way. ICE detains a woman who runs anti-Trump TikTok. She's a U.S. citizen born and raised. She was detained for hours as agents searched her phone and social media, even demanding financial statements on how much she earns on TikTok. They never asked me for my financial statements either. The woman who goes by Eye of Sav was returning from a European vacation to the Miami International Airport with a valid global re-entry card issued to her as a U.S. citizen, but she also had global entry. How worried were you about actually being arrested? I have no idea. I had no...
Chat, what is the global entry? What is that about? Is that the thing where you pay, like, money to go through the TSA line quicker?
idea if I was going to be arrested or not. I didn't know if this was going to be a moment where I was going to be the precedent-setting court case. You know what I mean?
He interviewed Houthi terrorist Kaya. Yeah, that's right.
Like, that is definitely a worry that I have for
sure. Kaya has been accused of offering material support for various factions by cooking them chicken.
It's something that I think about because eventually, somewhere along the line...
I want to see Kaya in a cook hat. I want to see Kaya, chat. I want to see Kaya in the kitchen. Like, I could just imagine somehow Kaya just gets up on 2 feet and just, like, starts cooking. Just starts cooking up a storm. You know, seasoning, like, right? Just...
Someone is going to be the precedent-setting court case of whether or not someone gets prosecuted for speech and speech alone. Because the line right now is material support. And that line is being blurred by this current administration with Mahmoud Khalil, with Mohsen Mahdawi, with Rumeysa Öztürk, right? Some of those people have been released at this point, but Mahmoud Khalil is still very much in detention. And according to Marco Rubio, the argument that they are trying to use is that speech is material support, right? They are actively trying to blur the boundaries between what constitutes material support.
Okay, it sounds like I gotta cover the Kyle on the Vanguard thing. Understand that this is not me taking a side on any other issues revolving around Kyle and the Vanguard. I'm not sure if I'm kind of thinking that there's certain conflicts that aren't super productive to stoke at the moment, but people are in the chat stoking them nonetheless. I Wait, is that the black chick from Cooking with Kaya that's breaking up marriages? Wait, what? I don't know. The Trusted Traveler program, is that what he's talking about? The global entry or whatever, where you get expedited through customs if you let the FBI check you out every few years and pay them? Of course. Of course, it's only for rich people. Of course.
Support to try to make it seem as though things that would be protected under First Amendment would be considered material support. Expressing any sort of opinion is considered material support. And that's maybe you shouldn't have said if they come for me, then it's over, as if you'd be last. If you're a public figure, dog, maybe you'd be first now. No, because they haven't come for me beyond like being a nuisance and being annoying and thinking that they can get away with like trying to put some sort of fear in my heart, which is of course not going
Well, you know, fear in your audience is really what they're trying to, it's a black TikTok thing.
to work, obviously. Do you think that's all they wanted? I don't know. Maybe they're
I need to get back on TikTok.
setting up an investigation for the future. Who knows? We'll find out. We shall find out. Seamus said, been pulled into secondary screening many times at O'Hare. CBP had the most involved in specific questions about Gaza for me by far. Glad to see you got out of there without having to give up your devices. Yeah. Are you concerned about landing in LA? No.
Wait, who was he talking to back there? Who is this? Oh, Seamus. Oh, wait, is this from Kneecap?
Do you think that's all they wanted? I don't know. Maybe they're setting up an investigation for the future. Who knows? We'll find out. We shall find out. Seamus said, been pulled into secondary screening many times at O'Hare. CBP had the most involved in specific questions about Gaza for me by far. Glad
Oh, no, I wasn't saying you were stoking issues. Yeah, no, Kyle and the Vanguard are definitely relevant to this from what I'm saying. I'm just like...
got out of there without having to give up your devices. Yeah. Are you concerned about landing in LA? No, because that's domestic travel. There's no Customs and Border Patrol experience during domestic travel. That'd be insane. But yeah, I am my worst enemy in that regard. I did want to get this interaction out because I wanted to like figure out what the they were doing, and I'm fortunate that I didn't actually get into any additional trouble, but I could have, you know what I mean? That could have certainly happened, right? And who knows? I can't imagine how scared the other non-American citizens waiting there were. It's evil. Yeah, it's so much worse for them because like I am profoundly privileged, as I say all the time. I'm profoundly privileged. I'm rich. I'm an American citizen. I was born here, you know? I mean, I'm a public figure on top of that. So all of this stuff plays a role in how protected I am from additional scrutiny. I'm not doing anything that is illegal to begin with, but I'm not even doing anything that like reaches the territory of edge. No matter how much slop tubers try to make it seem as though like I'm running around waving the Hamas banner every day or whatever the like, which still would be protected under First Amendment and would not stop the Gestapo from denying me entry into my own country. I'm not doing that regardless. Like all the stuff that I have talked about on this broadcast are still completely not only First Amendment protected, but also on top of that, like not even reaching the standard of like truly questionable speech, regardless of what like Mudahar or Asmongold claims it is, right? It doesn't reach that standard. And that's precisely the reason why they have to actively clip shit out of context and desperately try to create drama surrounding this so they can get Twitch to enforce some action on it, so they can make it seem as though this is actually truly radical speech that's like really up. Does that make sense? Because like when a platform like Twitch actually does take action against someone like myself, then other institutions will basically use that as a way to say, oh, he did do something bad. He did do something up. So it is what it is. Boy, do I have.
Yeah. All right, chat. With that, I want to point out that we have hit the first level of bonus content goal. So we will definitely be watching some bonus content today. Communist invading radicals. Thanks for invading in. Let's see what's winning right now. If I look at the poll, 139 of you have voted so far. Of those 139, 42% of you are voting for Ethan's latest Hasan crash out. That's right. Hasan gets talked about on Ethan's latest VOD. It sounds like they just didn't have anything else to fill that time. So it's kind of a random little disagreement Ethan has with something Hasan said in his reaction to the content puke. But that is in first place right now. In second place, we have AB versus Anthony from Do Not Worry. Also versus Bad Empanada and Mike. Yeah, AB has been did a whole ass drama stream. Maybe doing more drama streams to come. And that is in second place. In third place, we have Majority Report with talking about Lindy Lee. Am I missing anyone's? Wait. Am I missing, like, I've got 30 for Let's Watch the Majority Report. That's the Lindy Lee video. We'll also watch the rest of the Lindy Lee interaction if we end up picking that one. But it looks like that's got the most, like, dono motion behind it. So, yeah, 30. Wait. What is Vox Populi actually coming into play today? I've got 10% for Vox Populi. So that means that this plus 30 is actually, look at how this works, chat. Plus 30 minus 10, right? That's the effect of the Vox Populi. It only applies to things that are over 0%. It doesn't take anything down below 0. But it means that the what gets added to Let's Watch Majority Report is going to be more like 20% rather than 30%. And that's what you can donate and let me know. Say Vox Populi if you want to pull down all the additions, all the bonuses from people donating for a particular topic. Vox Populi is your way of voting for the people, voting for the vote of the people in YouTube. South Korean grandpa riding a pig. Did we end up watching that? Jerry McLean, that hair color is banging. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I really like it too. And yeah, it almost looks unreal, right? It's as ginger, it's as orange as my Asuka cosplay, which is funny. I don't know if anybody has, what is it like? Maybe on the gaming channel, right? My avatar for the gaming channel is me in cosplay as Asuka on More Comment Chick. So you can take a look at that, compare the two. But yeah, I'm rocking the real. We never watched what? No, I thought we did. I feel like we watched the Grandpa Rides a Boar. Anyway, yeah, it looks like what's ahead now is probably the Lindy Lee thing, if I had to guess. With all things considered. That being said, if you've donated and I haven't put your money where your mouth is, let me know and I will fix that. I will add your dono to the topic of your choice. Also know that if you do donate, here in a second, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content. You can also say Vox Populi, which, does, I don't think it's ginger, more auburn in color. Really? This is auburn? I think this is straight up ginger. Am I wrong? Chat, I feel like this is the gingeriest of gingers, right? Isn't it? Like, I don't, does it get more ginger than this? Your hair color is banging, so you have to love it now? You're a ginger, I guess. Well, they decided for me. Gingers are now black according to TikTok. Jerry McLean, I need to get back on TikTok so I will be able to respond meaningfully to your memes. Bonus? Wait, bonus. Oh my god. Bonus. It's 100% ginger. I agree, L. Lee. I feel like you got it. I don't know if it gets more ginger than this actually. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. That's what's winning. So it looks like we the Majority Report, Lindy Lee, and then we'll go ahead and watch the Lindy Lee appearance because people are saying that's pretty funny. That's what's in. That's what's ahead right now. Remember, we're at 119 out of 200, right? So if we get to 200 by the time that I'm doing bonus content, then we'll do 2 topics rather than 1. 300, we do 3 topics, etc., etc., etc. You do look ginger, except you need more freckles. More visible freckles, maybe? That's a wild thing to say, because I actually have... Can you see them?
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. Everyone loves the hair, Irene.
Aw.
No need to be self-conscious. Vox.
Right there. You see that? That's like maximum freckles right there. I think on the back of my... The rear delt area. Wow, I really need to do some rear delt exercises. I have like no... Wait, how are my delts? Looks like the anterior is okay, medial's okay, but look at the rear delt. It's just flat. It's flat, chat. I need to do some rowing or something. But thank you for the super chat, Joshua Keller, getting us ever closer to that evasive 200 level to get double bonus content. Right now we're getting single bonus content, but that could change with just I think we're 76 points away from doubling our pleasure. Jessica Rabbit vibes. Okay. Does Jessica Rabbit have... I thought her hair was just red. Wait, aka pumpkin spice? It looks like Ice Spice color? Nice. It's 100% ginger. I don't think it gets more ginger than this, right? Well, other than more freckles, as general public aptly points out. You're getting swole? What are you talking about? I was swole. I used to lift. But yeah, I need to do more. I need to get back in the gym and or back in the ring for Muay Thai. Said that because ginger people have not just red hair, but freckles on their faces. Yeah, I mean, you would probably notice more freckles if it was not for the ring lighting here. Anyway, let's take a look and see what is going on. It looks like Humanist Report reacted to this. We'll take maybe a little look at what's going on Ethan's stream today. I don't see how much Hasan got mentioned and in what way before going to the bonus content.
He knew exactly who the I was, but he was basically like, he always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So he kept saying, "What do you do as a job? Do you talk about the news?" And I was like, "Yeah, I talk about the news." And he kept saying, "Okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war?" And I was like, "What do you mean by that?" He's like, "Do you talk about Trump?" And that was the first time where I was like, what the fuck is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? Yeah, they asked me about my fucking Twitch bans, chat. It's not even a joke. They asked me about fucking Twitch chat, like Twitch bans. The reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the fuck up. And for me, I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment to try and see what the fuck they're doing.
You just heard from Hasan Piker. He is a leftist Twitch streamer, and odds are you've heard of him because he is the biggest political content creator in the country, at least for progressives. But he was detained over the weekend by CBP.
Is he the biggest political content creator for progressives? Mike, I hate to disagree with you, but I think that the Midas Touch might have I mean, maybe like the biggest like solo, right? Because the Midas Touch is a podcast, and it's got like key people in it, like Ben Mycelis. But like, right? Anyway, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to start an argument with Mike here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, biggest Twitch streamer for sure on progressive side of politics.
And questioned about his political opinions. That, my friends, is the dystopian.
Hey, anybody else notice Mike's new backdrop? What's going on? Is Mike on vacation or something?
Narwhal_ by super chatted $5. Pissed. Can we see the video?
That sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a great idea, in fact. Midas Touch is not progressive. I mean, they are more on the liberal side of things. And you know, one thing that I was kind of disappointed with, right? When it comes to like lib content, which I also monitor, I also keep myself apprised of. The some of the thing like Pod Save America has like started talking about the suppression of the pro-Palestinian movement through some of these ICE actions before you even saw it on Midas Touch. So you can tell the difference even between some of the liberal outlets there. I didn't realize are we taking progressive away from the libs? Is that what we're doing, chat? I'm here for it. Yeah, wait, Midas Touch, are liberals working tirelessly for a ceasefire in Gaza? Wait, do you mean aren't? I feel like Midas Touch was an industry planted into my awareness of the world. Yeah. Midas Touch is corporate as fuck. Well, yeah, unless you want to know about Trump's latest diarrhea in his pants. The libs never had it? Chat, I'm used to the major, the major, like separation being between like progressive and leftist, right? The separation point being about your feelings about capitalism, right? But always considered progressive as a leftist thing. Well, I mean, if you're saying that liberals are not reliable progressives, I take your point and I raise you. Five Longan. I watched a few Midas Touch videos and determined they're Democratic Party cheerleaders pretty much. They repeated the working tirelessly for a ceasefire in Gaza. Oh, I see what you're saying. They said that about the Biden administration. Yeah. No, that was what I was talking about, Philip. That's the issue. That's the particular issue that Midas is not great on. That, even when it intersects with their criticism of Trump, and that's when Pod Save America started really talking about, what was going on, what was happening to students who were leaders in the pro-Palestine movement, right? I don't hate them, but yeah, no, they're definitely not leftists. Did anybody get the impression that I was calling Midas leftists? I called them progressive, but leftists and progressives versus liberals and conservative. Reminds me of a 1972 group called Democrats for Nixon. Oh no, that sounds cursed as fuck, Philip. Libs and progressives are not the same. Well, there's libs that aren't progressive. Progressives are the most lefty of the leftists. You can be progressive and not be leftist. I hate to break it to you, but I've seen that as well, right? But if the progressive movement writ large wants to start gatekeeping, and using anti-capitalism as a litmus test, hey, I'm all for that. It's just not how it's currently configured. I do not want to be touched by any of the Midas brothers. Oh my god, Rooster Rick, mood. I'm confusing populists and progressives? Not at all, Ash Bradford. Progressive is the compromise. Can we call them progresso instead of instead like the spaghetti sauce? Well, look, I mean, I don't have like a bad, like, here's how I break it down in my mind, at least, right? Um, you know, progressive speaks to social issues and to a certain social safety net, right? And then when you go past, so in other words, like, progressive is anything like between anything from the left of liberal to social democrat, right? I consider that to be, but you're right that it's not an exact, like, the demarcation points are not exact, and it's said the freeze frame makes Mike look like he just got exposed by H Bomber guy and is doing an apology video. Oh no. What, for plagiarism? Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. I met a communist class reductionist Zionist in Discord today. Okay, so there are some examples of leftists that are not progressive.
Super chatted $5. Midas and Pod Save are not perfect or above criticism, but I don't see them as the real enemy. I worry more about the people spreading right-wing hate.
Yeah, I'd be more worried about either of those. I mean, the only thing I worry about with Pod Save about is sometimes they're a little too friendly with the abundance people, and Midas Touch definitely vulnerable to that as well. But yeah, not gatekeeping, just keeping it real. Well, wait, I feel like maybe gatekeeping has a bad name. I was trying to use that word without a pejorative, right? As in, do you like if, like, Cenk Uygur wants to think of himself as progressive. Obviously he's not. So if he comes in and he's like, we're going to do some progressive stuff, you kick him the fuck out. You gatekeep that motherfucker. And that is right. And that is proper. And that is good. That is as it should be, right? If the Krasensteins come in and like, hey, we're the big progressive voices on Twitter, on X, formerly Twitter, you tell them, fuck no, you Elon, writers, like, right? That's what I mean by gatekeeping. It's not a bad thing. Although it does get used to, when you listen to Vosh, he makes it sound like a bad thing. But like, hey, like, lack of gatekeeping, that's how you get Vosh, right? So that's a good reason. That's a good reason to keep that gate, to mind that gate, to really, progressive would be. I almost want to stop for a minute here because this is a real interesting conversation that chat has gotten me into, and is making me reconsider my definition of progressive. Like, what is the bar for progressive, and understanding that it's, as always, a moving target. Would be like a SOCDEM because they're better than the standard, but they don't go all the way. Yeah. People that, like, I think of it as like, people that have some kind of a, weird reaction to socialism or communism. Funny thing is, the Progressive Policy Institute used this word before anyone else in the 1990s. They were corporate-backed neoliberal centrists who advised Bill Clinton. That's what I mean. There may be an older definition of the word that I am still, like, in some way latched onto, and some of chat may have kind of, dispensed with that, which, like I said, chat is not wrong. Libs are going to be your institutional Democrats. Well, Midas Touch definitely matches that. Jink is no longer progressive. I agree. But he wants to be considered. Or did he finally get off of that? Has he stopped calling himself the progressive? Gatekeeping to keep your community safe is a good thing. I agree. Jimmy Dore, an enlightened centrist. Genocide is never progress. So that's your demarcation, Philip Blair, is that people that are carrying water for a genocide cannot call themselves progressive, cannot continue to call themselves progressive. I think the term is relative to the times. Yeah, MF Doom Scroll, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I kind of want to, like, I was gonna continue on to Humanist Report's commentary about the Hasan thing, but this is kind of an interesting subject that chat is currently discussing here. A progressive isn't necessarily a leftist because the bare minimum for a leftist is, being an anti-capitalist. That's my, that's how I break it down. But I'm also sympathetic to what Philip Blair is saying, that like carrying water for a genocide kind of, by definition, makes you not progressive. A progressive isn't necessarily a leftist because progressive is basically post-Enlightenment ideals plus modern economic practices. I thought Divorcepedia and Sock Done Left are social democrats. Yeah, I mean, technically. One can Google liberals, progressives, and leftists and get a pretty solid idea of the similarities and differences. No doubt these words also meant different things at different times. Great point, Mozart. Meow, wow, red, looks rat. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Ben Mycelis and Mark Garagos were Diddy's lawyers? What? No way, you're blowing my mind here. I did not know that. Is that true? If y'all watch Jonathan Audie interrogation video, he talks about them. Wait. Jonathan Audie talks about Mycelis and Mark. And who is Mark Garagos? I feel like I've heard that name too. Is he another Midas Touch guy? They were attorneys before the latest scandal. I did not know that they were P. Diddy attorneys. Jink still claims to be, the voice of the left from progressives. He calls everyone else Max Left. Yeah, we're left maxing over here, chat. That's what we love to do. We're here to left max. I feel like progressive was re-co-opted by libs. Yeah, kind of seems like it. I think all leftists are progressives, but not all progressives are leftists. Yeah, I could see that. Right? Because you do have people that are anti-capitalist that are not progressive, right? For example, like Infrared Hawes, although even his anti-capitalist bona fides, I gotta question, right? But we'll take him in his word that he's anti-capitalist for the sake of argument. But he's definitely not progressive. He is definitely not fucking progressive. He used to LARP as being like nominally okay with trans people, with gay people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that shit fell away as soon as they brought out MAGA communism. So obviously a MAGA communist, right? Which they're stepping away from now that Trump is doing things that they don't like. They don't want to be tied to Trump, even though they basically have been grifting off of him for the better part of 2 years now. Obama came in and muddied the concepts up. Ben Mycelis and his father were like the family to Diddy and represented all of his affairs for years and years. I did not know that. Ethan Klein proves the label progressive doesn't mean anything. Good point, Joshua Keller. It matches my eyebrows. That was what I was worried about too. When they did my hair, I was like, should I have them do my eyebrows too? But then I was like, no. I don't want to get my eyebrows dyed. I use progressive and leftist interchangeably, but I also believe that many call themselves progressive while not being progressive because they are unable to think outside of the boundaries of capitalism. Yeah, and in a lot of ways, like, there's nothing particularly progressive about carrying water for capitalism either. Progressive is just social in this context. I mean, that's what I've thought of it as referring to, social issues, but also, also a social safety net, right? That's what I have always considered to be, progressive. But, people in chat making a good argument that supporting a genocide, in other words, what the previous administration did and what the Kamala campaign unfortunately refused to distance themselves from is in no way progressive. Max Blumenthal is my favorite. Max Left Maxer. The Nazbol who lies about oh my god, did he say that Nazi Germany was queer friendly? Oh, it's that whole thing where they try to say that the Nazis were gay or something. Yeah, I've seen that before. In order to, I don't know. That's some Darvo there. Clyburn calls himself a progressive, so I stopped using the label a long time ago. That's understandable. He was Michael Jackson's attorney. Garagos was also Jussie Smollett's attorney. Represented Scott Peterson, Armenian survivors of the Armenian genocide, but took their money. Never trust liberals. They will betray you. Jerry McLean, speaker of true words. They have common terms for things. Jonathan Audie police interrogation video. You haven't lived. Audie randomly shot up the Trump Doral Hotel. I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. Warning, warning, warning. Sneezing incoming. Oh no. Am I going to sneeze? Oh my God. I felt like I was going to sneeze. Did my nose turn red? Dims did to the word progressive what Tom McDonald and 4G Auto Blow did to rap. Damn, MF Doomstroll. That comment goes hard. Jonathan Audie police interrogation video. Randomly shot up the Trump Doral Hotel in 2017. He then gets shot in the leg and gets interrogated by police. And what? It's on video. You think it's funny to discuss opinions on what can be so easily Googled? Do you think, Mozart, that Google is going to give you like a authoritative breakdown of the difference between liberal and progressive? Like, right? There's definitely, if you Google it, you'll get some AI opinion about that. I don't know if I would trust that opinion, but no, I think this all started when I said that Matt. Okay, so Mike said Hasan is the largest progressive content creator, and it kind of hit me weird. I was like, wait, is he? And I was like, no, he's not. Like, right? Midas Touch. You know, they're the largest left-wing podcast. And then somebody in chat questioned, but is Midas Touch actually progressive? And to that, I say, good question. Good question. So I just wanted to stop a little bit to facilitate chat, letting me know what they think, a little back and forth, right? That's all. And in that video, he just says everything about Diddy that we know today to be true. Oh, so this was before Diddy got accused of anything. He's basically, in the interrogation, he's spilling the beans, spilling the tea, as it were. He just started talking about it, this and that, and how he was Diddy's sex slave. Damn, and a member of the Illuminati. Wait, Chad, is the Illuminati? When you said Illuminati, I thought you were going to be talking about the YouTuber from a few years back. Speaking of H Bomber guy, and I still say Midas Touch is just libbers. I mean, Midas Touch is center left. Am I right? A lot of places to look it up. I'm teasing. It's fun and it's funny. There's a lot of places to look it up, to look up the difference between progressive and liberal. I feel like it's something that needs to be constantly discussed and negotiated. And like I said, very much a moving target, that difference. Anyway, back to Mike.
Nightmare that conservatives said that they were afraid they'd be subjected to, that the left is now being subjected to under the Trump administration. And I think he's correct to say that they were doing this because they want to send a message. They know that Hasan will talk about this, and that's sending a message to the rest of us and other individuals with larger online followings or anyone that just vocalizes their opinion on social media that, hey, we're listening to every single thing that you say, and we're
Midas Touch is so neoliberal. They're damn near the Lincoln Project. Well, yeah, they're like best friends with the Bulwark, right? So literally a never Trumper channel over there.
Looking at every single thing that you do. And with the way that Hasan described this, it leads me to believe that they were trying to find something incriminating or get him to self-incriminate. And just in case you don't know, Hasan is an American.
Yeah, they were fishing.
Citizen. So we have an American citizen getting detained and questioned upon his re-entering the country because he espouses anti-Trump views. So this is a little bit troubling, right? And as attorney LOL Overruled pointed out, DHS flagging and detaining one of the U.S.'s largest left-wing voices for their political opinions while the Trump administration suggests they might suspend habeas corpus does not portend well for the future, I'll say. And this is obviously authoritarian. And I feel like I'm becoming a broken record because every single week I feel inclined to point out, hey, this thing that Trump is doing, this is what dictators do, this thing is what authoritarian regimes do, this is overtly fascist. But I mean, for those who don't understand how serious this is, Bassem Youssef, he's basically the Egyptian version of Jon Stewart, and he had a comedy show in Egypt. And he was questioned by the regime because he was criticizing them. He is now an American citizen, and he's talked about his experience living in an authoritarian regime and how he's thankful that in America he's free to say what he wants.
Bulwark's founder was a propagandist for George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. What's his name again, Philip? I'm trying to remember. This dude's name. Rolled back the VOD. Wait. No Comment Chick has plausible deniability because she said Midas Touch is the biggest in terms of soul. No, I was saying that Hasan is like a soul. He's like a single person, right? Did not say left wing or progressive. Oh, I didn't say left wing. I didn't say they were progressive.
So somebody who...
I definitely would not say they are leftist by... and that this has been a battle, chat, for a long time. Like back when I was having the beef with Dylan Burns, right? I had Dylan fans coming in here and saying Dylan was a leftist. Or like when I said, well, since Dylan's not a leftist, they would be like, what do you mean? Of course Dylan's a leftist. He's friends with Vosh. And Vosh is a leftist. And by that transitive property, chat, you could say that Aristocracy, apartheid anime girl herself, was a leftist, right? If you just want to people that are connected to Vosh, right? But this was, like, and they thought I was like insulting him or something. I'm like, no, I'm not even trying to say this to like, I'm not making fun of him or insulting him or dragging him or anything. He's just literally like, if I had him here, he would say, I would be like, Dylan, are you against capitalism? And he would say, fuck no, I'm not. That's commie shit, right? Not a leftist, right? But this was breaking the brains of his fans, right? His fans were convinced that he was, in fact, a leftist.
In part, left their country because they couldn't do journalism, has arrived at a country where the same thing is happening here, where something that only once happened in authoritarian regimes is now happening here in the United States. Because we have the first...
Yeah, that's right, Joshua Keller. Tim Muller, that's the guy, you said propagandist for W?
Amendment. And one thing that's great about that is no matter who's in power, typically we have the freedom to criticize that administration, vociferously so. But now they're very clearly sending a message to people like Hasan and people like myself and anyone else that, hey, we're listening, we're watching. Now, Hasan is taking this in stride. I don't think he's super rattled by it. He tweeted out yesterday, I got stopped by CBP at Global Entry for additional questioning. I'm out. It wasn't that bad. Very strange experience overall, though. And the next day, he streamed and talked about this. That's the video that you saw. He describes the questions that he was asked. Do you think Hamas is a terrorist organization? And he just kept answering.
Well, chat, like, I don't generally like to... define my own politics, but since Mozart is throwing it out there, I'll bite. I'm a leftist, all right? I'm anti-capitalist full on. So as far as the label for progressive, what is and is not considered a progressive, I will leave that for the progressives to fight over, right? And if you want to kick the Midas touch libs the fuck out of the progressive movement, be my guest. But again, I'm a little bit to the left of what you're talking about there, Mozart.
The State Department views Hamas as a terrorist organization, just questions that are completely irrelevant for a U.S. citizen. It doesn't matter what he thinks about these political issues. He's a United States citizen. Move on. Let him in. But they didn't want to. Now, he talks specifically about smears that have been levied against him by slop.
Oh, yeah, Sarah, you know what? I've had it. What is it called? I've had it. Yeah, that I've seen that channel. They're really good. These two, they're from like Oklahoma, right? And it's actually, yeah, these are two of my favorite up and comer content creators.
YouTubers like Ethan Klein, smears that equate Hasan with terrorists. And he explains how the questions that they were asking were things that were brought up in the content nuke that Ethan Klein and individuals like him have been saying about Hasan Piker. So let's just listen to what he has to say, and then we'll reflect on this when we come back.
One thing that I will take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the shit that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again were unironically brought up in that fucking conversation.
Yeah, I've had it podcast. Yeah.
I was shocked. Okay.
This is how I find out. Oh my God, did I ruin myself for some of you?
I like the bleach sword, obviously, but like,
yeah, I'm not on the fence as far as capitalism is concerned. Capitalism is definitely bad.
The Houthi. Like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi. And I was like, or was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came up afterwards and before I interviewed him that he is not he's not a Houthi, that he is a regular Yemeni citizen. And I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh, yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So he must not have been a Houthi. And the very fact that that was like a point of contention that could have fucking gotten me arrested.
So, chat, in other words, like, this has been like, this question is not subjective. It is not speculative. It is not up in the air. It is definite, right? Looking at the background of Rashad, he is not a Houthi. And yet we have continued to have to argue with the Destinies, the Dan Saltmans, the Ethan Kleins of the world about, you know, well, is he, what about here where he says he's a soldier? What about here when he says, I don't know. It's just, but it's like, to anybody who actually knows, to anybody who actually understands Yemen and, you know, just kind of the lines between Sunni and Shia there and what Ansar Allah is, which is a Shia movement, it should be obvious just on dude's last name, right? If you know, you know, right? Just based on his last name, that he is 100% not a Houthi.
Is insane.
Nor is he a blowfish.
And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking like, these fucking dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fucking fire.
Yeah. And I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke. It was extremely disingenuous. He took clips out of context and overtly equated Hasan and his views with terrorism, said he was a terrorist sympathizer. He photoshopped a Hamas bandana over Hasan. Just defamatory. And in this day and age, I think that this type of content is tantamount to an incitement of harassment at a minimum, but
it's like yelling, you know, even if you're joking about it, right? It's like calling somebody a witch during the witch trials, right? There's a moral panic going on. And when you're making those kind of accusations, you are literally throwing whoever you're making that accusation against, you are throwing them to the wolves, to the authoritarian wolves of the Trump administration. So, you know, I would say definitely anybody who's willing to do that, you know, you definitely can't call yourself a progressive in that situation. I question whether you can call yourself a liberal in that situation. But then again, liberals sometimes, you know, the bar is pretty low at times, right?
an incitement to get somebody.
Not that I'm, hateful or anything, or that I don't think it's worth it to try to, to reach out to people on that side of politics and maybe try to awaken some solidarity and class consciousness in them. In fact, I think it's, more useful than targeting, people who are centrist or right wing. But yeah, when you talk about neoliberals and you include that in the liberal coalition, you really see how low the bar is. Because I said that one of my one of my standards for, are you a progressive, is, are you in favor of at least a social safety net, right? If you're not, then I don't really consider you a progressive.
In political,
But again, chat, my opinion as a leftist matters less as far as the definition of a progressive than somebody who plants themselves firmly and solely within that spectrum.
trouble to potentially make them a political prisoner. I mean, imagine if Hasan was not a citizen. We've seen Mahmoud Khalil, Rumeysa Ozturk, Mohsen Madawi arrested. Thankfully, Rumeysa and Mohsen were released. But if Hasan had said all of this, but he were not a citizen, that type of content, those type of accusations that Ethan Klein levied could plausibly get Hasan detained. But since he's a citizen, they didn't detain him. But I mean, who knows how long citizenship is going to protect people like Hasan or anyone else for that matter, since they are now literally contemplating whether or not they'll suspend habeas corpus, depending on what the...
Yeah, I think the best example, the best argument that chat made against including Midas Touch in the, as being progressive is that, if you're carrying water for a genocide, are you really a progressive? That's a good point.
The judges have to say in the United States. And since I'm bringing this up, we should probably listen to what Stephen Miller had to say about this, because he's not, insinuating that they might suspend habeas corpus. He's not hinting at it. He is explicitly saying we might suspend habeas corpus. That is just them suspending the Constitution. But let's listen.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends.
Yeah, so here's one problem with the Constitution. When I said earlier that the Constitution has failed and that it is insufficient at doing what it's supposed to do, which is protecting your freedoms and your civil rights, this is what I meant, right? They say that something like habeas corpus, meaning that if you are going to, detain somebody, if you're going to lock somebody up, if you're going to arrest somebody, you got to show what they did bad, right? You must have the body. In other words, the meaning of habeas corpus in Latin. They allowed essentially the president to determine what is an invasion, what is a, you know what I mean? They're just open the door for him to redefine what an invasion, what a war is, and to say, well, the threat to the United States by the border and the Biden having an open borders policy is in and of itself an invasion. That lets this fascist right here, this guy Stephen Miller is a fascist. That lets him just be like, okay, cool, we get to suspend habeas corpus because the president has declared. See, there it is. That's how the Constitution failed. That's one of the ways that the Constitution has failed. Corpus means body in Latin. Wait, I don't know habeas. Never met him. Oh.
Whether the courts do the right thing or not.
Troubling shit. So to go back to what Hasan was saying about Ethan Klein, in this climate, under this administration, we now know that these types of defamatory accusations of you being a Hamas supporter or a sympathizer because you're against genocide, that right there is incitement. It's defamatory. It is downright dangerous, because you saying that about somebody, especially if they are not a citizen, even if they're a green card holder, you saying that about this individual or somebody like that could get them in trouble. They could become political prisoners, as is the case with Mahmoud Khalil. So we are dealing with very dangerous shit. And Hasan goes on to explain that they kept asking him really weird questions about whether or not he had interviewed Hamas, which is something that doesn't matter because there are journalists in contact with Hamas for journalistic reasons. So in the event Hasan brought somebody from Hamas on the stream, you might disagree with that, but that's not illegal because talking to different types of groups, regardless if they're deemed terrorist organizations or not by the State Department, that is journalism. And even though Hasan is a political commentator, he sometimes does engage in journalism. So the fact that they were asking him this in and of itself was very, very...
Sometimes he engages in journalism. I don't know, Chad. It kind of makes me think of like engaged. Are you engaged in journalism? It's making journalism sound like a sex act or something. It's kind of
alarming because it suggests that...
Ooh, were you engaged in journalism there?
Outlets like...
From time to time, Hasan Piker has been known to engage in a little journalism.
Upside News, for example, that has contacts within Hamas. That's illegal? So if you have a source within Hamas, that's illegal now? That's not journalism?
That sounds like some Red Scare shit right there.
Hasan explained, but I mean, this is really, really extreme shit that we're dealing with from the Trump administration.
I gotta know, chat. Anybody want to catch me up on Mike? He's got a different background. You see this? Mike has got...
Have a source within Hamas? That's illegal now? That's...
Do you see the background? Did Mike just change his background, or is he like traveling? I can't...
Not journalism? I'll let Hasan explain, but I mean, this is really, really extreme shit that we're dealing with from the Trump administration.
But one thing that I thought was really interesting was in the actionable side of things, they also
zero PE, engage in some foreplay before doing journalism. I know, right? You gotta like, yeah.
Have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had a communication or correspondence with a member?
Stephen Miller looks kind of desiccated.
Member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis. Now, what's really fucking insane about that is that as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I've maintained this position over and over again.
Yeah, soundproofing tiles. I'm just saying that it's like, it's different. Did he change his background? Did he find that soundproofing was more important than, you know, what did he have? I think he had like a green screen before. But I'm just wondering, like, what gives? I haven't been keeping up with Mike as much as I should have.
I said that I would have given the opportunity to talk to someone that is a part of the...
This is an important comment. General Public says, one problem with the Constitution is there is nobody to enforce it. Different groups like the President, Supreme Court, Congress, they just do what they want. And the Constitution kind of relies on the honor system. Yeah, it relies on the idea that the people in these elective offices are going to, by virtue of, you know, having gotten elected, they're going to be honorable people. They're not going to try to do something like redefine war or invasion on some specious, you know, moral panic against immigrants, right? Hasan did a speech at the School of Journalism. Oh, in Chicago, yeah. He's more of a journalist than all these fuckers currently on TV. These questions are crazy. Wait, what questions? He had a big screen TV as his... Oh, it was a big screen TV. Okay, it wasn't a green screen then. All media does is talking points from Israel on Gaza, fuck 'em all. Yeah, it's really weird how much the media has lost the public on that issue. Probably rushed out a video. Yeah, that could be it too. Maybe it was not his standard space.
The Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right? I think that I actionable, right? Like those are the ones that if you say, how do you even classify a member of Hamas? It's not like even Hamas issues passports. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? But that is the part where they were like, if you answer yes to any of that, that's when, you know, there's like actually illegal stuff in there. Having said that, there is one part of it that wasn't illegal, which is being in communications or being in contact with someone in Hamas. Like that is a part of journalism you actually can do. It's fucking ridiculous. Like You can interview ISIS. Like, what are we talking about? The notion that this would be an issue for the Customs and Border Patrol is fucking ridiculous, okay?
Now, to go back to Hasan's point about slop tubers who are lobbing these defamatory claims against content creators like him, you know, Asmongold, now the largest political streamer, period, but he's a right-winger, recently accused...
Oh, the questions that ICE asked him. Yeah, I know. Like, right, these questions are... Now, he says in some cases illegal. I don't know, you know, what the legality is or where you draw from the laws as far as what, you know, somebody in Homeland Security would be able to question you about. But it does, it's definitely got a miasma of unconstitutionality around it. I will say that.
Accused Hasan of materially supporting, I believe, Hamas. It was terrorist groups in general, but I think he singled out Hamas. Don't quote me on that. But I think that them trying to figure out if Hasan was in contact with Hamas would have hopefully gotten him to self-incriminate so they can say, oh, he's materially supporting terrorism. But I mean, as a citizen, how the fuck do you materially...
Well, as Asmongold told us, Hasan is materially supporting terrorists by giving a nuanced perspective on them. I don't know. Chat, did we ever cover this? God damn it. I don't think I did. Asmongold accused Hasan of providing material support to terrorist groups, like to groups like Hamas. Now, it's obvious that Asmongold does not know what the fuck material support means, right? Because that would mean like he's providing money or weapons, or he's like, you know, having them come over so Kaya can cook them all chicken, right? These would be material support, right? If you invite Hamas over to Kaya's chicken feast, then you know, maybe you could say that that's material support, right? Asmongold, I think, meant that he thought that Hasan was supportive of them in his rhetoric, which is a completely different thing. But yeah, this is a guy that I hate to say it, Chad, because it sounds kind of ableist, but Asmongold is a dipshit. All right? He's a dipshit. And having a dipshit as the largest political streamer on Twitch is how you end up with fucking ridiculous shit like Hasan is providing material support to Hamas. That's how you end up with a take like that. Do you think Asmon has holes in his... I don't know. Look, I'm not trying to get ableist on Asmongold, all right? I'm really not. But I don't know. He's had an interesting life. Yeah, there we go. He's had an interesting... Yeah, the Kaya chicken feast. That's right. If you invite Hamas to the Kaya chicken feast, as we all know, chat, Kaya is secretly Hasan's chicken cook. If Kaya also cooks for Hamas, then that's when we have, that's when you can accuse Hasan of material support for Hamas. Narwhal by Nature with the super chat. If Asmon is accusing Hasan of grape with as much proof, they'd be like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, they love defending grape allegations.
Really support a terrorist. That doesn't even make sense. And I'm making a little bit...
And thank you for the super chat.
...logical leap, so I understand that this is conjecture here. But, like, how exactly are you materially supporting a terrorist organization as a citizen? Material support to a terrorist group means you supply them with arms.
Poor Mike. He thinks that Asmongold knows what he's talking about even a little bit. No, he doesn't. That's what's so hilarious. Maybe.
And logistical support. How can Hasan do that? So the only plausible reason for a citizen to be in contact would be for journalistic reasons. Not that he's in contact with them, but if he were, and he was literally just doing journalism, that is protected by the First Amendment. And even if Hasan explicitly said he supports Hamas, you might disagree with that, but guess what? That's protected by the First Amendment, at least in theory, but Hasan has not said anything like that. So all of these questions that they're asking him are irrelevant. This is a United States citizen re-entering the country. You don't need to gauge how sympathetic he is to terrorists. That's completely irrelevant. If you are genuinely concerned about Hasan, then get a warrant. But they're not concerned. They just know that he speaks out in opposition to the actions of this administration, and they don't like critics, and he's here, so why not detain him? It could have been completely coincidental You know, it's not out of the question to have somebody coming back into the country get questioned, especially depending on the country you come back from. I think he was coming back from France, so not the most suspicious trip, right? But it could be completely coincidental. But what's that?
You know, they were looking for the French connection, I believe.
A coincidence? I think probably not. And the reason why I don't think this is a coincidence is because, as Taylor Lorenz put it, Piker's...
I can't buy into the idea that Asman is simply stupid. The switch happened along with many others spouting the same talking points. I mean, I said, what did I say? Did I say he's a shithead? I'm trying to remember what the exact word I used was, but he doesn't know the meaning. He hears the word material support. He thinks it means like hardcore support. Like I materially support this group by saying I'm 10 toes down, right? That's what Asmongold thinks material support is. It's just a harder way to support something. And he doesn't get that the whole point that material is in the phrase means that you are giving them something physical. You are providing for their needs. You are aiding and abetting in a physical with more than just like, moral support for, right? That's what that, I said dipshit. Okay. Yeah, slightly ableist term, but
detention occurs against the backdrop of increasing scrutiny of political activists and commentators, especially those who challenge the administration's policies on Israel. This type of targeting creates an undeniable chilling effect. Already, activists who are critical of our government are nervous to leave the country, given the crackdowns happening on speech and the increased scrutiny at the border. Detaining U.S. citizens over speech, especially a political commentator and journalist, allows border control to become a tool of political intimidation. And that right there is the key. This is a tool of intimidation. They're not yet arresting citizens for political speech. At this point in time, citizenship is still protecting us. But that day is going to end probably in the near...
Well, I mean, except for in the case, of people that they've rolled up in ICE raids, right? That don't even get the... That's the scary thing about this whole process, is that you don't get the chance to prove that you're a citizen if you get like rolled up and sent off to CCOT, right?
Future, I think we all see it, because the fact that they can do this to somebody like Mahmoud Khalil, a permanent resident, he's still detained, by the way, means that this can happen to everybody else. So I don't think that it was a coincidence that Hasan Piker was detained. I think that this is something that they are doing to foster fear, to intimidate people, to get people to shut up and be quiet. Now, in all honesty, this could have gone a lot worse for Hasan, and I'm glad.
Someone said Marco Rubio has been forcing a conflation between speech and material support. I just assumed that's where Asmongold got it. Huh, interesting.
Things weren't as bad as they could have been. As far as we know, they did not confiscate his phone or his laptop. They could have searched it, and I know that you're probably thinking, oh, that sounds a little bit unconstitutional, and typically it is. Right? If you're on the street and ICE chooses to accost you and they want to look at your phone, well, that's a violation of the Constitution. But there is a loophole. If you're at an airport, that's technically a border zone. And the Supreme Court recently ruled that they can look through your laptop, your phone, so your electronics are fair game. If you enter the country or you're leaving the country, they can look and see if, I guess, you're an enemy of the state or you're critical of Donald Trump. So this is quite the escalation. It's scary for sure. The situation is absolutely terrible, but you shouldn't be compelled to shut the fuck up like they want you to, because they...
Yeah, this is he's gleaned the essential point from what Hasan was saying there, that, they're doing this because they know that Hasan is going to talk about it, right? So therefore, what are they trying to affect? They're trying to affect fear in Hasan's audience. That's why he made the point of do not be afraid. Like, do not let this make you shut the fuck up.
Already won if that's the case. So continue to use your...
Pretty soon, the Trump administration will just have direct talks with Hamas, and they'll say, they'll just ask them, do you denounce Hasan?
First Amendment right that you are entitled to criticize this administration as you see.
What is a dipshit and why is it ableist? Look, I generally look, the problems that I have for somebody, the problems I have with somebody is like over like a moral failing, right? in terms of like what's bad, what's criticizable. If somebody is just like not intelligent, that doesn't really have a moral aspect to it, right? So putting a pejorative on that of like, oh yeah, these dipshits, these stupid, right? Like I don't know. That's why I said it's like slightly ableist, right? We haven't talked about normie ableism in a while, but yeah, a lot of what we say is ableist, right? If you want to get down to it, it's pretty hard to completely eliminate, any sort of ableist like edge, to your speech, because like when I say that I'm not aware of something, oh, I was blind to that. It's right there in the language, right? And if I were to question everybody that said I was blind to that, or even I was myopic about that, right? If I was to like, that's ableist, I'd be wagging my finger all day. So I don't do that. I just try to do my best in terms of modeling, a way to speak, a way to conduct yourself with minimal ableism, and we try to get better every day, because it's not so ableism is so embedded in our language, embedded in the way that we speak, that it's impossible to take down all in one fell swoop. Therefore, maybe a good start would be not saying the R slur, right? Maybe a good start, right? There's a lot of work to be done when it comes to ableism. And given the fact that if you even say something is ableist, right, in mixed company, you'll have people like laughing at you. Oh, ableist, like that's a bad thing. Like it's bad to be against people's disabilities. Like what? I mean, there's people that are like incredulous about it, and most of us at least understand that if you're attacking somebody for their disability, that's like a bad thing generally. But in terms of how it's embedded into the language, we don't even notice, because it's normalized, right?
You fit, of course, be careful and be smart about what you post. Don't incite violence or hate, but just simply be honest. You can criticize this administration. That is your First Amendment right to do so. So if you self-censor and you shut up like they want you to, you're letting them win.
Damn. Mike with the Vine boom. Wasn't expecting that. Anyway, that is Humanist Report. Chat, I wanted to go over some other things. It looks like we're going to have to go straight to the bonus content. Now, what one is bonus content? All right, we got Majority Report at 20%. We got Ethan's latest crash out. That is from today's stream at 45%. The only thing that I've got down for like bonus applied to topic is like 30% for Let's Watch Majority Report, which is like minus 10 from Vox Populi, which equals 20%. 20% plus plus 20 plus 21% plus 21% is 41%. Ethan's latest crash out, however, is 45%. So it looks like that's in the lead by 4 points. Now, if I didn't get your MR, s'il vous plaît, 10 more for MR. Thank you, Narwhal. That's just what I was asking about, because I was afraid that maybe I didn't take down all of the all right, it's 30%, so 51%. So that puts Majority Report ahead by 6. Is there anybody else who wants to put their money where their mouth is, and who's donated or who wants to donate and wants to let me know where to put, what to add their donation to as far as topics? Because it looks like we're in for some Majority Report, which we haven't watched in a little while. Never vote for another Ethan poll, because he only keeps going when targets engage, no matter what whack stuff he says. Self-discipline. We have been able to communicate accurately. We need to judge each other a little less when discussing the attributes of people who pose the threat. I'm disabled and also an asshole. I mean, that's fair. UK has the beat insults. I love how y'all have normalized calling folks cunts and nonces. You know what's better though, Zero, is the apparently Lebanese insults go pretty hard. But we didn't choose AB versus Anthony from Do Not Worry today. Looks like we're choosing Majority Report. Anyone else? Okay, so let's cover
Tim Pool has been having some issues.
I kind of wanted to start with this one, right? People.
Are you familiar with Lindy Lee, Brandon?
I'm familiar with her tweets.
Right. So she is a former.
So if you don't remember who Lindy Lee is, we saw her in the Anna Kasparian off-brand The View, the Anna Kasparian's Temu Turf, The View. She is one of the co-hosts of that new podcast along with Anna Kasparian, Jillian Michaels, possibly PBD's mistress, and one other person now, but that's where she's from. She used to be a Democratic fundraiser, I think. And after the election, after Kamala's lost in the election, she has gone full Trump.
Democratic fundraiser. I remember she was big on the Hillary campaign. And when I say big, I don't mean they viewed her as big. From everything I know, it seems like they did not view her as very integral to any campaign or the Democratic Party whatsoever. But for her, she was big into the Democratic Party. I remember her fundraising for the Hillary campaign because that's when she blocked me. Because of
Wait, did I miss a Jerry chat that goes hard? I am ambitious, always trying to be a better bitch. Damn.
My support for Bernie Sanders at the time. And
that does go hard.
She was a fundraiser. She was big into fundraising for Joe Biden's campaign and then Kamala Harris's campaign. She was one of those like stalwart, like Democratic faithfuls. Like no matter what happened, she defended it to the end. And then the election happened in 2024, and now she is on board the Trump train. She's full MAGA. And apparently she has a book coming out now. And she's ostensibly doing these interviews to support the book, because why else would they send apparently a draft of the book to the host interviewing her? But Lindy Lee went on the Tara Palmieri show on YouTube. And I'm not familiar with Tara Palmieri. I'm assuming she's like a Democratic leaning host, right? Do you guys know who she is?
She used to be a Politico.
I know nothing about this lady.
Reporter. I think she also worked at ABC News for a while. But yeah, I think suffice to say, her thing is being well sourced in like Dem.
So she's not. I thought she was like a partisan person. She's not even what you're saying. She's.
Well,
you're right.
That's sort of a meta question about the state of journalism. But yeah.
Right, so she's not even like a liberal host or something. She worked for Puck, Politico, Washington Examiner, and the New York Post. So again, this is not someone who
I was saying to Sam earlier.
She's not left maxing, I think is what Matt's trying to get across.
I kind of feel like she's the 2025 Olivia Newsy, sans the scandals.
I was gonna say.
Super chatted $5.88. Tim Pool, neo-Confederate punk musician extraordinaire.
Neo-Confederate punk musician, just mad that Rage Against the Machine is raging against a machine that he is connected to. Yes.
Okay.
And thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome.
Right. So here is, we got two clips from this show because this goes off the rails. Let's play the first one. This is Lindy Lee, the former fundraiser for Democrats turned hardcore MAGA
left min-maxing
person on the Tara Palmieri show.
Fair. People can totally change, but the question is, you worked for a campaign.
I didn't have a choice because I was a
nobody has to work.
Oh, this is wild. This is wild. She's purity testing Lindy Lee as not being MAGA enough. And the truth of the matter is Lindy Lee is only in it for one person. It's not Donald Trump. It's not Kamala Harris. Hell, it's not even Hillary Clinton. It's Lindy Lee. Because this is her job.
You're not getting it. Politics is my entire life. What do I do without politics?
So you don't believe what you're doing?
Are you like, should I become a teacher or something? Are you asking me to change my...
Should I become a teacher? Oh my God, that's so lame. Join a teachers union? Oh my God. Should I just become a teacher? I mean, politics is my life. Politics is my business. You want me to change my career mid-life?
I actually think that if you stand up and speak for other people as a surrogate, if you're going to work for a campaign, and now you're going to come out with a book, like, you should believe in what you're saying. Like, if you didn't believe in it then, how are we supposed to believe you now?
Okay, I don't know anything about Tara Palmieri, but I love the fact that she's not just like, usually these kind of interviews, they're just like, have a nice friendly conversation with the person that you're talking to. Don't ask any hard questions and let them plug their shit at the end of the day, promote their upcoming book, right? And Tara Palmieri has at least read enough of Lindy Lee's upcoming book to know how full of shit she is, to see her as what she is, which is, just a quintessential grifter, I guess, right? Usually that word is fairly relative, right? You don't get somebody who's absolutely a grifter, but Lindy Lee may be just that.
This is my truth. Take it or leave it. I don't need you, Tara Palmieri. I don't need you to believe me.
The problem is it's not your truth. You have no truth. You are going where the wind blows.
This is my truth, and I have the receipts.
She's still using like the woke terminology of the Democrats because
she's like, this is my lived experience. God damn it! How dare you?
Everyone's woke now. Everyone's woke.
Such a recent MAGA. She can't help herself but use the terminology she's already,
Matt, I hate to break it to you, but there's a lot of MAGA that is using that terminology when it is useful, when it is when it is, right? There's a whole discourse on the right about the quote unquote woke, woke MAGA. Does it exist?
Brought herself up to learn. This is amazing. First of all, there's plenty of jobs you could get in politics that don't require you to work on a political campaign you don't even agree with, apparently. This is amazing stuff.
Morally bankrupt. I would like to say that I'm surprised by the kinds of people that get into politics for the Democrats, right? But I think you probably see the same kinds of personalities on both sides, just shameless ladder climbers, right? Like, I think the move over from Biden to Trump is like, let's be honest, like it's retirement plan. It's like, okay, grifting Democrats is a little harder. Like, the Democrats are a little smarter, especially like in the more elite live spaces. But I think people see the MAGA base as just like a bag of money with legs.
He's right on it. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. That's exactly what it is, right? Look, have you ever seen ads that you watch and you think to yourself, how could anybody fall for this, right? They're just saying something stupid like this hack of drinking warm water before going to sleep helped me lose over 200 pounds. And you're just like, who is out there thinking, oh yeah, no, that's it. Drinking warm water before bed. That's gonna make the pounds melt away, right? But somebody is out there doing it. And the reason that they do that shit, right, is the same reason. It's like there's a lot of scams that work like this. They're looking for the exceptionally gullible person, right? They're even doing something where they're kind of, pushing away anybody with any critical thinking. If you've got critical thinking, that ad is not going to appeal to you. You're going to see that ad as bullshit and you're not going to listen to it. But they're not interested in you. They are interested in somebody 10 times more gullible than you. And that's why their ads are just, brain rot.
They just go like, it's hard not to just want to dive in like Scrooge McDuck.
Right. I mean, but she's a fundraiser, right? So you would think she would have the ability to raise funds. She's really good at her job, and apparently
Marjorie Taylor Greene says my truth, as does Nancy Mace. Yeah,
she's telling us that she can raise money from people for a political campaign she doesn't even believe in. Then why would she even have to change?
The right loves to co-opt terms and words. True.
Political opinions to make money. Shouldn't she be able to do the same thing for herself? I mean,
my favorite part of this story is like her book and the press tour she's on now is like, criticizing all these Biden people for not speaking up and not doing something to get him to drop out of the race earlier. But obviously, like, the elephant in the room is like, what about you? Like, why weren't you, writing your book a year ago when there could have been a Democratic primary? And she's like, well, politics is my life. It's like no self-awareness that everyone she's talking about could basically make the same argument.
Right. So let's actually speak. You brought up her book, and the book that, again, it seems like if you send your book, even if it's a draft, if you send it to the person who is going to interview you, you expect them to ask questions about the book, right? I mean, why else would they would you provide them with a copy of the book or a draft or whatever she claims it is? But apparently that was a big no-no. Let's play this clip, which actually is more insane than the last one.
In a group setting, no.
Because you also wrote that he, quote, gave me free reign.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.88. All that yoga comes in useful with her tying herself into rhetorical knots.
Oh no, I guess it would. Wait, wait, who's doing yoga? Lindy Lee?
Of the White House. Like, what does that mean, having free reign of the White House?
You could go to places that were usually cordoned off.
Like where?
When you go there on a tour, it's usually roped off.
Yeah.
Or, at Christmas parties, it's like, areas are you just not allowed there. Mm-hmm. But
like what parts?
I wasn't in the residence. I don't know the specific the names of the parts. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm just curious, because I saw in the book you also wrote that that you could.
Right. I asked your producer not to share.
I know, but like, why are you being sensitive about a book that you're putting out?
Because it's in draft form right now. It's not even done. So you're sharing a form that's like really rough. And I specifically, he promised me that you wouldn't be sharing this rough draft with, it's not ready to be published, and you're sharing a draft that's not.
All right. Wow. Wait, what did she say? My publicist promised that you would not go there, that you would not ask me questions to try to verify my fucking account of this
really
story?
Rough, and I specifically.
I know, but like, why are you being sensitive about a book that you're putting out?
Because it's in draft form right now. It's not even done. So you're sharing a form that's like really rough. And I specifically, he promised me that you wouldn't be sharing this rough draft with, it's not ready to be published, and you're sharing a draft that's not done.
But if it's like a fact, it's a.
Wait, who is this? Her publicist?
In a group setting, no.
Because you also wrote that he, quote, gave me free reign of the White House. Like, what does that mean, having free reign of the White House?
You could go to places that were usually cordoned off.
Like where?
When you go there on a tour, it's usually roped off.
Yeah.
Or, at Christmas parties, it's like, areas are you just not allowed there. Mm-hmm. But
like what parts?
I wasn't in the residence. I don't know the specific the names of the parts. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm just curious, because I saw in the book you also wrote that that you could.
Right. I asked your producer not to.
Okay, so her producer, Tala Palmieri's producer.
Share.
I know, but like, why are you being sensitive about a book that you're putting out?
Because it's in draft form right now. It's not even done. So you're sharing a form that's like really rough. And
she's so entitled. What does she think that Tara's just gonna like delete this part of the interview? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Did I go in a direction in the interview that you were not comfortable with? I guess I will delete that because my interview is specifically to sell your fucking book. But honestly, so many of these shows, so many of these podcasts are that. I'm not entirely surprised that Lindy Lee has these expectations from this format because so much of this shit is just, promote your latest book.
Specifically, he promised me that you wouldn't be sharing this rough draft with, it's not ready to be published, and you're sharing a draft that's not done.
But if it's like a fact, it's a fact. Like,
Thomas
if you wrote it, you were
super chatted $5.88. You're here to speak blood clot and look pretty, girl.
Wait, here to speak blood clot and look pretty? If you're gonna lie, at least have your lies prepared in advance. Yeah, this is looking bad. This is looking bad. Okay, the book is in draft form. Are your ideas in draft form, right? Well, she gets to that. She gets to like, what? Yeah, caught in 4K. It's about to get worse. It's about to get worse.
probably going to publish it, right? Like, that's
not necessarily. I didn't.
Why wouldn't you share that? Like, why would you write that and not publish it?
Because I'm working with somebody else on writing that book, and I know what you're referring to, and I didn't write that line.
Wow. It was on a PDF that looked very like pitch book style. Like, it's gonna, if you're coming out with a lot of really big claims,
Tara,
which I don't doubt.
I'm working with a ghostwriter. That was his first draft. I did not write that line.
This makes it look even worse.
No, he didn't make that up. Tara, that is just not a version. And again,
oh God.
Your producer said he wouldn't share it. It's in draft form. It's not, my book isn't out yet. It's not even available for pre-orders. Okay, it's not ready for public consumption. We are still writing the book.
It's interesting to me because I don't usually write things down. Like,
I didn't write it.
Share things that be pitched or written or sent around.
It's not. It's in draft form. It's not even. We're writing the book.
Yeah.
Why are you?
Okay.
Why are you providing someone with material for an interview that you don't want them to talk to you about? And then second of all, blaming it on a ghostwriter is that's quite ballsy to do that. No one who reads your book will ever believe anything in it. They won't know if you wrote it or if your ghostwriter just made it up out of thin air. But the whole thing here is really showing just how much of this person who is getting a big platform now. She just started a new show with Paul Bet Davidson on Valuetainment.
Have some goddamn
Patrick
respect.
Bet David. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forget his name. Patrick Bet David. I was completely off. But Valuetainment, this is someone who's making a career out of being this person now. And clearly she is making up a lot of this shit. And to give you another example, after this interview came out, and again, these aren't people we necessarily see eye to eye with, but these people I'm about to show you, they have receipts when it comes to Lindy Lee. I dropped it in the chat here, this tweet. Here is Jamie Harrison, the former head of the DNC, bringing up an email that he received from Lindy Lee where he says this is all he ever received from her in terms of like her claiming she would reach out to the Democratic Party with her issues with the campaign. If you could pull that up on the screen.
Yeah, sorry, I got to get it on a different computer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no problem. It's on the ping chat.
That was so bizarre. I've never seen someone turn what could have been a very softball but engaging interview into a very adversarial one just by being unable to answer like even the most basic question. Besides maybe Trump himself. She's very Trumpian in that way. But yes, that was so bizarre. Like, why even do this interview? And Tara Palmieri did not seem to be like trying to antagonize Lindy at all. It was just like, oh, like I read this part, so I'm curious as to the amount of access that you say you had. Like, what does that actually translate to? So, are you seeing the Oval Office? Are you seeing like the place that they take them under the White House if there's like a case of a threat? Are you seeing like the Goon Cave? Like what?
The Goon Cave in the White House?
Seeing that other people are not seeing.
Is there a grotto? Is there some kind of sex grotto in the White House?
Legitimate question. And she's just like, well, I mean, I don't know the names of the rooms, but I feel like
would that be like a Bill Clinton installation, chat? If there was a sex grotto, who would you say put that in? JFK, Bill Clinton. Who else in the White House actually had sex? That's about it, right? JFK and Bill Clinton. Am I
like in the White House, you're probably gonna know the name.
He should have added the AOL modem fax sound for that.
Like each room has like what.
I mean, especially if you're referencing you were allowed to go to places most people are not allowed to go, you would at least know the name of at least one of those forbidden rooms.
Well,
Yeah. Did Biden take you down to the sex grotto?
Talks over her, so but I'll just like I went and read.
You think Clinton, but it was actually a Buchanan build. Damn.
There, and the portion of the
rather not see the Kennedy sex cove
book that she's avoiding mentioning is she says that they let her take phone calls from the
Nancy Reagan and Mr. T built the sex cove.
Is it the Lincoln bedroom? Or I think it's one of those presidents.
Wait, isn't there some truth to that or something? Isn't there something about like Nancy Reagan used to get around when she was younger or something? She was like a prolific sexer in her day. Mr. T allegedly called Nancy Reagan the throat goat. No, I mean, like I've heard people say that she was the throat goat back in the day, but wasn't that day like many years ago? She was Woody read, I think the word would be she was sucking Mr. T, but
presidential bedrooms, and she names it in the
I don't know if she was also fucking him, but
draft of the book. So that's I think that's what Palmieri was getting at when she's like, what places specifically?
Yeah, but she's claiming that's not true.
She was looking at
yeah, Nancy putting away those glizzies. That's right.
True though. She's claiming she was not allowed to take phone calls.
She wasn't that young.
In the Lincoln bedroom
when she was the throat goat.
Right, but like in the book, she said that she was right. So that's
right.
why Palmieri sort of letting her hang herself.
And there's not like, just to demystify this slightly. I mean, I think people probably get it, but
Ooh, that was during Reagan's Detention era. Yeah, she's getting bored at that point, right?
Interview authors all the time. Basically all of us here. And often when you do that, I had Quinn Slobodian's new book a month before it was out, a month or so before it was out, in what do they call it? Pre-pub form. And yeah, there's some slight changes, but there isn't like completely made up shit that you're not supposed to talk about.
Well, I mean, like, that's just, for me, I could imagine a draft that's full of lies.
Wait, Melanie Trump was literally an escort. Wait, Melania? You mean?
Different severities of lies in them. I'm not trying to allege anything, but yes, like you could be trying to see what you can get away with, what specific claims that enhance your believability as having.
Y'all are absolutely wild tonight. Spicy Bo, it's the red hair.
Some kind of authority about behind the scenes, like information.
It's having an effect.
I guess you want to pretend like your book is some kind of like groundbreaking expose on what was going on behind the scenes. So you're going to have claims that go like, oh, I was there. I was in the thick of it. And so, I could believe a draft version would include something that is not quite true that ultimately gets walked back because it's like, well, people are going to ask this question as they did. You won't have a good.
Okay, sorry. To be honest, right, I was just checking to see if there was like a Trump that I didn't know. Because I feel like there's more. They're coming out of the woodwork now. There's more. There's always more Trumps. Like every time I look, there's more Trumps. Right? Or less. I don't know. Where did Ivanka go? Where did Jared go? What happened with them?
Answer for it.
Do we have that link to those
do.
the emails? All right. So, speaking of what she was her insider contacts, this is her email to Jamie Harrison, the former head of the DNC, in terms of her. She claimed that she expressed concerns to the Democrats about the
V, have fun at your gym
campaign in 2024. But the email that he says he received from her reads as follows.
Also, V, thank you for those links that you sent me about Thailand. Those were actually really helpful. I ended up looking a lot of that stuff. I ended up finding a lot of stuff from that.
Lindy Lee to DNC. Sunday.
Nancy was just collecting celebrity seed for Reagan's state-appointed psychic ritual scrying spells?
October 27th.
You mean she wasn't swallowing?
So we're talking days before the election. Hi, thanks so much for inviting me. Is it possible to join the photo line /clutch with the vice president for this rally? I appreciate you and your hard work from the bottom of my heart. With deepest gratitude, Lindy. And then, in the replies to that, even the influencers of the Democratic Party, who, again, not people we agree with, are putting her on blast with receipts about her expressing concerns. Olivia Juliana posted a screenshot of a DM she received from Lindy Lee that says, "Hi, love. Can your connects at Twitter get me verified? I'm so bummed that I haven't been after all this time."
She's so pathetic. Did somebody say earlier that she would get along well with Brianna Wu? I'm not sure if that's true. I have a feeling that Brianna Wu gets along well with nobody. And the more like Brianna Wu that you were, the more likely you'd be to get in a fight with Brianna Wu. But I will say she is they're cut from somewhat the same cloth, maybe.
I'm verified on Facebook. Thanks so much. I mean, yeah.
I mean, this to me paints a very vivid.
It was illegal not to swallow back then. We had to fight for spitting rights. Damn.
Picture of the kind of person that she is, hungry for clout, hungry for the connections that move you up in the world. And I mean, as a fundraiser for the Democratic Party, that makes sense. And then it also makes sense why there might be things in the book that you perhaps shouldn't believe, because she's trying to big herself up for an audience, to overstate her importance within the campaign.
That's what's amazing to this is it's purely we'll play this again here. Is what she talks about, what do you want me to do? This is my whole life. You want me to become a teacher or something? It's like
she says it like it's the most disappointing thing that you could ever do. Oh my gosh, become a teacher. Like it's the worst. It's she's saying teacher the way that people talk about sanitation workers, which is also wrong.
There's nothing in here but a meal ticket. There's no principles.
You said Leah's just as goofy as Wu?
There's nothing. And that's politics in 2025. It's a giant business where people with absolutely no principles will simulate them for you. And then the second that their bet fails, they start playing the other side of it. Let's just play.
Well, this whole thing about thank you for getting me verified on Facebook. Now, can you please get me verified on Twitter? It's clout goblin behavior.
Part again.
Nice, because I was a
nobody has to work with that.
You're not getting it. Politics is my entire life. What do I do without politics?
So you don't believe
you're not getting it. I'm a political animal, much like man.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't say politics is your
echoing what Dave Rubin thinks.
Well, you can, obviously. She said it, but I am immediately suspect if anyone says politics is my entire life and they mean just general politics.
Getting in the clutch for the VP.
Right. They apparently have no ideology that drives them. It's all just a business or a game or a hobby or entertainment for them. It's just politics. I think that's someone who you should immediately be suspect about. You can't trust them. You can't trust them because they'll go whichever way is beneficial to their career.
Wow, you want to censor Lindy Lee and not hear the sort of real conversation she can have? I disagree with her. I like free speech.
Right.
I love free speech.
I mean, she should certainly be able to have these conversations. In fact, I implore her to do many more of these interviews. I look forward to watching them all. This is good stuff.
When you start complaining about your producer who's off camera, the interview's not going well.
Right. Go ahead.
Wait, did they not get? It's actually she's talking about Tara's producer, right? She's not even talking about her person or publicist or agent, or she's talking about Tara's producer, right? Like, you're not fulfilling my agreement with your producer. How dare you?
Hey, Brandon.
No, I was just saying I would prepare more maybe next time. I would maybe like have an answer to obvious questions from things that happened in my book or things that I say happened in my book. But you know, I'm fussy like that.
Be ready to speak to the book that you're promoting.
I will say though, I always find people, you know, I find people like who get into politics for this reason, because she just seems to be in politics for like the fame of it, right? You're going on book tours, you're trying to put yourself out there as like a thought leader. It's like, you know, that's like the saddest reason to get.
She is a true liberal then.
Politics, like power, money, you know, I don't know, to help people, maybe all viable, like. You know, fame and attention, like that really doesn't work so much for people, except for, you know, Barack Obama. But like, let's be honest, that's like Obama.
Right. Now that Lindy Lee
Obama
is, giving her advice. Now that Lindy Lee is a right-wing commentator, she should take some influence from Laura Loomer and maybe throw a giant alligator head in her background over there. That would be very helpful.
My God. I'm already so.
What is that about? Yeah, there's some weird stuff in Laura Loomer's back. Is that just a threat? Is like, I will throw you to the gators? Because Laura Loomer, if you don't know, she's known for canceling people on the right, and they call it getting loomered, and somehow it's not like, it doesn't reflect negatively, even though Republicans, as we've heard for years and years and years, are anti-cancel culture. They're okay with Laura Loomer's cancel culture, right? And usually that's finding out that you were at some point not 100% aboard the Trump MAGA train. That is what gets you canceled in Loomer world. Although Loomer even has, like, also has her own natural enemy in Milo Yiannopoulos, right? Which is a weird thing because, like, Yiannopoulos is like trying to drop receipts on Laura Loomer to cancel her. And Laura Loomer, I mean, Yiannopoulos, right? It's like, this is the guy that was literally said like a pro, what was largely interpreted to be a pro PDF statement, and got himself canceled. But they're, though, for some reason, it's them at odds with each other. That's how cancel culture works on the right. It's Laura Loomer and it's Milo Yiannopoulos, and these are the two people. The cancel culture is okay on the right as long as you're Laura Loomer or you're Milo Yiannopoulos and you're trying to cancel each other. Then it's all right. Throatus? Who said Throatus? That does go hard. I just asked Perplexed AI if there was an article out referring to Nancy Reagan as the throat goat, and boy lordy, there sure are. Madonna referred to Nancy Reagan as Throatus. Throatus, not POTUS, not SCOTUS, not even SCROTUS, chat, but Throatus. The Throatus.
Excited. I'm already so excited for the new like PBD Lindy Lee like podcast. If you throw Laura Loomer in that.
Do you think Trump got physical with Loomer? Well, you read the Milo Yiannopoulos quote. Like, according to Milo, and I don't know how much stock we want to put in his opinion, but Trump doesn't have sex. Like, he doesn't smash. Trump only likes to receive throat, I suppose. I gotta say it in a weird way, right? But you know, that's what Milo Yiannopoulos claims.
And you make it a trifecta, like I don't know. I'm going to become a subscriber to the PBD YouTube channel for sure. Like
I still can't believe I called him. What did I call him? Paul
Peanut Butter Davidson.
I'm sorry, that was so good. Peanut Butter Davidson, that's what his name is.
I don't know that guy's name. All I know is that his company is called Valuetainment, which is the most rip off, like late 80s, early 90s directed DVD movie company you can possibly think of, or direct to video, I should say, movie company you could possibly think of. Like Valuetainment presents, and then it's like
But it's got to be something where they're like, it's like the off-brand version of, right? You wanna watch Star Wars because it's the 80s, but you can't afford Star Wars. Oh wait, is that where he's going with this? Is that literally where he's going with this?
Off-brand Star Wars.
Yes, it was.
Galaxy Battle.
Chat, I think I must have watched this before. I don't think I came up with that on my. I think I must have seen this before.
Battles.
Well, in his case, it's like an off-brand Hunger Games because he has that like book he wrote that's called The Academy. That's sort of semi-autobiographical, but also.
Yo, chat. My favorite are the off-brand like major franchise blockbusters. Like, did you see in what was it? Hell of a Boss. They have an episode called Ghost Fuckers. Like instead of Ghostbusters, it's Ghost Fuckers. And then what is okay, like my favorite that I have ever come up with, and apparently this is real. Apparently there is a movie like called this, but a NSFW movie based on loosely Jurassic Park that is called Jurassic Pork. Right? I don't know what the deal is. Are they having sex while they're hiding from the dinosaurs? Maybe something like that.
About the Hunger Games or The Giver or something. I've never read it. I've only watched the video.
Oh no, the worst one that I ever saw though, there was some kind of Mario Brothers knockoff. What was it, chat? Has anybody seen this? There is a Mario Brothers knockoff that's like NSFW. That's like adult entertainment. And it's got that one dude, the famous guy, Ron Jeremy as Mario. What is it? Can anybody remind me what this is called? It's like a Super Mario corn. I was in MR chat at the time. That might be it. I was like, wait a minute. There's no way I came up with that on my own. Like, I did not just have the same thought as Bender. I must just remember it. Is the fourth chick on her take really PBD's mistress? We can neither confirm nor deny. The reason that the Vanguard has hypothesized that it might be PBD's mistress is because she does not have any resume, at least as far as people can see. Like, right, there's no like Anna Kasparian, Jillian Michaels, Lindy Lee. These are public figures. This the fourth chick on her take, doesn't have any sort of credits to her name, so they're hypothesizing that it might be. What, anybody got the Mario name for me? Ron Jeremy is in jail. What did he do? Super Hornio Brothers? Super Hornio Brothers? Do do the Hornio.
About it, but I always see it in the background of his videos, and I'm like, from a distance, it really does just look like the Hunger Games.
Right. Oh boy. All right, let's go to some IMs here. No, people are really ragging on me for this Davidson thing. Iona Cheney.
Peanut Butter Davidson.
He says, Peter B. Davidson.
I am very value-tained. You are correct right now, Thomas. I am very value-tained. I'm massively value-tained.
Sus Cedar says, Paul Bet Davidson. I could easily see that being an RM Brown sound drop. It rolls off the tongue nicely. No, please don't give him any ideas. Dave from Jamaica, Paul Bet Davidson, LOL. All right, I get it. Mikey Love says, RM Brown said something about valuetainment sounding like the discount movie theater.
I'll let Nancy Reagan have it, but Throtus allows Loomer to be associated with more talent than she deserves to be recognized with.
We're going to see Shrek too. Right.
Wait, Shrek? Are we talking about Fetterman now?
Who's got like the $5 afternoon movies or something like that, right?
Oh, those are great.
Bed bugs.
Oh yeah, no, that's not so great. No, they wouldn't play like actual movies though. They would play like the Asylum version of popular movies. So you wouldn't get like Transformers. You'd get like Transmorphers. You get things like.
No, chat. You get a version of Transformers where they're all like. I don't know, chat. I feel like you could do something with like dysphoria and Transformers, Transformers with dysphoria. I don't know.
Like that, to keep costs down.
Like I feel like you're gonna Transformers is the thing. At some point you are just gonna Transformers, and then the bros are gonna complain because they're like, you're turning yet another one of our beloved childhood franchises trans. How dare you, trans people? How dare you? How dare you? You've already taken so much from us. You've
Yeah, that's what value.
Like Fallout New Vegas.
It's about. It's just about the experience.
Transmorphers on Sci-Fi.
About the film itself, obviously.
Right. Let's see.
Starring Pauly Shore instead of Shia LaBeouf. Wait a minute. Isn't there something about Pauly Shore? Did Pauly Shore come out as trans? I know that sounds weird, chat, but I feel like I saw Pauly Shore. Maybe it's somebody else. Maybe I'm not thinking of the right person. No, I thought it was Pauly Shore. Like, wait, is this real, chat? But the problem is it's Pauly Shore, and you know what he's like? Like, Pauly Shore is the guy that was the original Weasel. Like, right? He was in like movies in the 90s where he's a surfer dude. He was like, yo, bro, I'm the Weasel. I gotta, what does he do? He's gotta, when he's drinking the slushy machine, wheeze the juice. He's gotta wheeze the juice. Pauly Shore. So, like, when I saw this, I assumed, is Pauly Shore gay 3 years ago? Pauly Shore's shocking transgender interview was disgusting with the Hodge twins. Pauly Shore and Billy Lee discussed trans hookup culture. But when I saw this, chat, I thought that there was some chance that it was a bit. Am I thinking of somebody else? Am I completely off base? Maybe it was not Pauly Shore. I used to love watching Pauly. Wait, I might be mixing Pauly Shore up with somebody else. I remember being a kid, but it was somebody that I couldn't tell if they were like seriously coming out as trans or if they were somehow trying to make a joke out of it. I was just absolutely confused as to why Pauly Shore was famous. Pauly Shore's mom owned a huge comedy club in LA. It sounds like the guy in the Goofy movie. He played Richard Simmons in a short film, and it was really good in it, actually, but Richard Simmons did not like it. Don't wheeze the juice. Never wheeze the juice. I always thought Pauly Shore was gay. He's just Californian. There are stories on Google about him being with trans people. Maybe I might not be... Like, I'm now thinking it's somebody not Pauly Shore. Like, it's some other comedian. Maybe I'm misremembering. Chat, I could be... I would hate to be, like, spreading, like, stories that are just not in any way true because I'm, like, misremembering. Who the fuck? Yeah, but it was somebody that was always doing silly, goofy comedy. And so when they came out as trans, it was like, but are you serious? Like, is this you coming out as trans, or is this a bit? He's 60 years old. It's a little bit late. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say that. Eddie Izzard? But that wasn't a huge surprise, true. And for the record, chat, it's never too late to come out as trans, as gay. It's never too late to live your truth. Even if you are, as Woody Red says, 60 years old, it's probably better to be real than to, be in the closet about stuff like that. I mean, you would think at this point that it would be the guy from the Ernest movies. Oh, the guy from the Ernest movies is gay, right? I don't know about like he did a lot of like he did some characters that were in drag. One particular that was like, in drag as an older woman, but I don't know about Ernest being trans. I do know that Ernest was gay. Like the guy that Jim Varney, what's his name? Yeah. Jim Varney died of lung cancer decades ago. But yeah, it definitely was not cool. It was not acceptable to come out in his day. So I think he stayed in the closet for most of his life. Polly's actually a grandparent, also a Zionist. I could be wrong. Maybe, chat, I might be completely mixing this up. Maybe it's not Polly Shore.
Yeah, my brain hurts says regarding this book. I want to know which AI is the ghost author. She actually named the guy, so he exists. Like I remember. I think I recall. I looked him up. If I'm thinking about the right guy, and he exists. So she is working with a ghostwriter. But again, how do you go on air and say that? No one will trust your book. Like, it's not a surprise that people work with ghostwriters. I mean, personally, I wouldn't do that if I was putting out something, but I know people do that. But you don't blame your ghostwriter then. You got to take responsibility for what's in there, especially if it's just outright false.
He's got to be getting paid pretty well, because Paul Mary tweeted out, like, after the interview, she said, a few hours after my podcast was published, her ghostwriter, Matt Muat, called me to say that he added the Lincoln bedroom detail because he had heard that big donors had access to the room. So secure that bag, Matt Muat. It's tough being a writer.
This is even better. This is even better now, because now we know that Lindy Lee wasn't even a big donor. She was some small, minute Democratic Party apparatchik. Like, if the big donors get access to the phone calls in the Lincoln bedroom, and Lindy Lee is claiming that that part in her book was written by a ghostwriter and is false, then Lindy Lee, we now know, is talking up a version of how important she was in the Democratic Party that simply does not exist. It's not true.
Well, I think also what might be going on there is in her mind, alarm bells are going off, because I think everyone my age and maybe older might remember the Lincoln bedroom scandal involving the Clinton administration, where they were basically
somebody help me out with this. What's the Lincoln bedroom Clinton scandal?
taking money. Well, the implication was that they're taking money from donors and letting them stay the night in the Lincoln bedroom. This big political scandal.
So it's not like a sexual scandal, this one?
Back when I was like,
not like the Clinton sex grotto,
12 years old or something. So I think maybe like saying, oh, they're letting people raise money by being in the Lincoln bedroom. Like maybe a bunch of lawyers were like, me no.
Joshua Keller, really? I thought there was a cutoff. Look, it's probably difficult. It's probably more difficult to come out like later in life. But God. And if you listen to like, I don't know, like trans 4chan or trans Twitter, sometimes you'll get the idea that you're, that by the time you're 20, it's too old to come out, right? There's some brain rot on, and those sorts of places as well. But no, I mean, it's, it's not a there's no like best before date or anything like that on trans people. Imagine if Andy Kaufman came out at trans. Nobody. Oh God, yeah, because Andy was known for doing a lot of bits, doing a lot of
No, abort this line.
Shocking that they would just sort of rehash some old scandal and not have the sort of creative ability to make up a new one.
Right. I mean, again, this every new turn makes her look even worse and less important.
The alleged selling of overnight stays in the Lincoln bedroom in the White House in return for political campaign contributions.
It's amazing.
And more I mean, she's a George Santos style, like, you know.
Right.
So maybe Santos may be more criminal. I don't know, but
right. I mean, I remember a decade ago when, you know, her name was popping up all over the place defending Hillary online.
Sounds like a transmedical take.
During that campaign, I remember always noticing she would step in and speak for the party or people in the party to defend them, but no one ever referred to her. No one ever quoted her, referred to her, say, reach out to her. So it always seemed suspect to me that she was what she claimed she was. You know, she seemed like someone who wanted to be an insider, who was just like faking it until she.
Wait, the blowjob happened in the Lincoln bedroom? I thought I only knew about the Oval Office, and then wasn't there something with a cigar? Wasn't there something where Monica Lewinsky somehow, which I always thought would be dry, chat, supposedly Monica Lewinsky like inserted a cigar and Bill Clinton smoked it, which is like, what a weird way to, I don't know. I don't want to judge people's kinks or anything like that, but I would think that a cigar would be rather dry. I would think that a cigar would be rather difficult for insertion.
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. I was being sarcastic, but still good to let people know it's never too late to be who they are.
I figured you were being, that was said in sarcasm, Joshua Keller. Yeah, this is, but I just, I read your chat off with no, with no, like, tone to it. So yeah, thanks for clarifying.
To make it online, and it doesn't seem like she fully really made it ever.
Or she just decided, like, I want to pivot. And after, like, she thought Kamala was going to win. Kamala lost. And she's like, oh, what do I do now? I guess I just completely jettison everything and become an asset for the other team.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
What is it about that, the promo that Sam does that just like, it's like, it weirds me out, like, right? Like, it feels like Sam's like, hey, everybody, you should check out our daily show. It happens every day, in case you couldn't figure out from the fact that we call it the Daily Show. You should check that out. You like calling into things and being like, giving your meaningless opinion. Come, you know, you can do that on our show too. Like, I don't know. Is Sam talking down to the potential new viewers of the Majority Report? I feel like MR is kind of like a gang, chat, and you gotta get beat down to be part of the gang, right? Sam's gotta like make fun. You gotta call in and have Sam like make fun of you, and then you can be part of the MR. Anyway, chat. I don't know what I'm saying. But I am saying I like this color. I'm digging the hair. I'm gonna have to find new ways to style it. The Lincoln bedroom scandal did come up during Clinton's impeachment, even though he was impeached for his intimacies with Monica Lewinsky and with the cigar. Wait, no, she was intimate with the cigar, right? Not him. Wow, that would have been weird if he had inserted it. But that's not what happened, chat. That's not what happened. He did not insert the cigar, as far as we know. That would have been even more difficult, maybe. Right? No cigar lover would do that shit. Yeah, you talk about a waste of a cigar. I like cigars, but I have asthma. Never ate one because I thought they were actual McRibs. There were actual rib bones in the burger meat for some reason. They do make it look like there should be bones in there. They do. It's like, wait, they've got the bumps that you would associate with bones. But there's no bones. The famous throatus never happened in the Lincoln bedroom. I was lucky enough to know my true self as soon as I chose the clothes I wanted to wear, but that didn't stop gender norms, societal shaming, and judgments from making my journey convoluted. There are videos showing how they make the McRib, and you could hurl chicken nuggets too. Oh, I remember. Is it pink slime? Why does the pink slime make so many yummy things, though? That's what I don't understand. Chat, are we? I can't tell. Is the frame rate good? It says that I've dropped 0 frames during the stream, so I'll trust that. Will we watch the Tim Pool one of the Majority Report? Looking ethereal? With the new hair. Wait, ethereal is in like ghostly? I mean, I am pretty white. Sorry, I'm just not trying. That made it sound like I was trying to flex that. Wow. That's a different version of, that's like the Stephen Miller, approved version of Irene. The one that brags about how white she is. Every time you play MR video and the closer pops up, the closer, I almost always instinctively go to press the link back to the main screen. Yeah, you're just used to that, right? Wait, TYT's most popular video? Wait, what is that? Frame rate is good. Yeah, for a second there, it was getting weird, but I think we're okay. McRibs are so good. You know, I feel like, I remember shortly after becoming vegan, I found out that you could get like a ton of like hamburger like things in the frozen food section. And so I started just going there for them. And then one day I go there and there's a vegan McRib. I don't know. Is it Morningstar that makes it? I will say they use the T-slur in the Tempool VOD. Oh, just a trigger warning. Yeah, we can probably leave that alone for today in that case. I didn't realize Tim Pool uses the T-slur. He's talking about a band that I think he said was like his favorite band, right? Against Me was his favorite band back in the day. And it's just weird that he would be calling the singer of his famous favorite band, like, the T-slur. Irene is looking pretty spicy with that hair color. Yeah. I've seen the making of chicken nuggets. I still eat them because they are so good. That's the thing, is that like, I don't even eat meat anymore, right? But I can remember when I used to, and I can sort of understand why people, even when the pink slime thing was made really, was made really public, people were still like, yeah, I will eat it. Like, there was a whole thing where Jamie Oliver, right, in his show Food Revolution, he literally goes in with bits and bobs of meat and shows how, smashes it up and turns it into a nugget to show the kids how, because he wants the kids to not like McNuggets, right? And the kids, after he makes them, one of the kids is like, I want to eat that. Give that to me. She announced she was trans like 15 years ago, but why is he so butthurt? He's not Blair White or something, or that she's not Blair White? I don't know, chat. We'll have to get to that some other day. We were kind of running low on time today. They stopped selling vegan burgers because supposedly they weren't selling like they thought they would. Well, there's some brands that have crashed, but you can still find vegan burgers in the frozen section if that is something that you like to eat, right? And in the United States, at least. Honestly, chat, like in terms of finding vegan food, like well, I don't know. I don't want to say, right? Because I also don't know how to speak Thai yet. I'm still working on my Thai. And I just came to the point where I was able to read my first word of Thai, which, if you haven't noticed, or if you aren't aware, right? Thai is a completely new alphabet, or it's a completely different alphabet, right? It's not like, it doesn't use Romanized letters. Like, you can transliterate Thai words into English to like understand, or like, for food, right? Most people spell som tom, the spicy papaya salad, SOMTUM, or pad Thai is PADTHI, right? But the actual language, right, in Thailand, it's written out in Thai characters. So learning those characters, learning words, learning how to talk is something that's becoming important to me, and it's going to be really important, as that is the choice that I have made of how I am going to of what kind of visa I'm going to get. So I'm looking into getting an education visa. I'm going to go over to a place today after stream and talk to them about getting an extension on my current visa, and then from there I'm going to try to get education visa in order to learn Thai, because like I feel like that's imperative to staying in this country, is like learning to actually speak the language, learning to read the language. And it's amazing when you're first able to read a word in a non Romanized language, in a non ABCD EFG kind of language, right? When you first look at something and you're like, wait a minute, I think I know what that says. I think that's the name of a town in northern Thailand. That must be where that car's right? It was on a license plate. That must be where that car was registered, right? It must be from up north. So no, is Sanskrit, I think? No, it's definitely different than Sanskrit. I could see why it would remind you of Sanskrit though. It kind of looks similar. I don't think it's the same, is it? Chat, that's gonna freak me out if that's true. Anyway, if you want to help me out in getting into language school, I've got it up on my throne right now, nocommentchick, or throne.com/nocommentchick. If you want to click on that, you can support my ability to learn the language, my ability to stay in the country, my ability to stay the fuck out of the United States. Gotta love a town that's named Thomas Jerome. Are you thinking it's pronounced Phuket or fuck it? Right? It's actually Phuket, right? That's one thing I know about Thai language, right? When you see the TH, it's not Thailand, it's Thailand. When you see the PH, it's not fuck it, it's Phuket. But I'm sure I already made this joke already, so you might even be referring to that. Okay, so all the southern Buddhists like Khmer, which is Cambodia, or Thai, use scripts that come from India. Those scripts are all descendants of the ancient Indian script Brahmi. Oh wait, what about isn't there one that's like, is Thai language related to or a descendant of Sanskrit? Sanskrit being one of the languages of the sacred Buddhist scriptures were written into, also greatly influenced Thai, which has a lot of loan words from Sanskrit. So it is related linguistically, but it's not the same alphabet. It does look really similar. Here's a question on Quora. Is Thai derived from Sanskrit? Thai is not directly related to Sanskrit, but it has been influenced by it. The Thai language belongs to the Thai Kadai language family and is primarily related to other Thai TAI languages. However, due to historical interactions, essentially with Indian culture, the spread of Buddhism, Thai has incorporated a significant number of loanwords from Sanskrit, particularly in areas such as religion, literature, and administration. In summary, while Thai is not derived from Sanskrit, it does have many borrowed elements. Here's another commenter. Not just personal names are derived from Pali, the Buddhist vernacular. That's what Pali is, a Buddhist vernacular of Sanskrit. But most words with more than 2 syllables, for example, satanakan, or situation, among many others, satanakan. It is fun sleuthing these out. I studied Sanskrit and now Thai. Of course, everything you hear chanted by the monks at a temple is in the Pali language, which is the way that the Buddhist scriptures, I believe, came to Thailand in the form of Pali, which is to Sanskrit what Italian is to Latin. So Pali is a descendant of Sanskrit. Pali, the language in which the Buddhist text arrived, and which is, I guess, influenced personal names among other kinds of words. We're mentioning loan words from Sanskrit. The Thai aspect comes from where the Thai originate. Oh, in Yunnan, China. Yeah. So the word Thai means free, and the original Thai people came not from Southeast Asia, or not from the part of Southeast Asia that contains Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, but rather from the Yunnan province in China, probably the closest province to Southeast Asia, right? At the time, the Han Dynasty, I think, was, making incursions into that area. So a lot of people migrated from the Yunnan province, what is currently Yunnan in China, to what is currently Thailand, right? And that is, I think, from what I've heard, the origin of the name Thai. There's also many loanwords from the Khmer Empire days, aka the Cambodia. Yeah. At different times, chat, the Khmer Empire, Cambodia, was dominant in Southeast Asia for different years, like the Burmese Empire. At various times, like Thailand has been like under the thumb of other, imperial powers, right? Okay, many Thai personal names come from Sanskrit or languages, cultures derived from it. Indian culture, religion, hegemony, commercial trading had a huge influence in the region for centuries. Name examples. Ananda. Oh, I've seen that. I've definitely seen people with that name. Anyuman. Apsara. Bin Shakalyani. Kamala, etc. Place names too. The Ayutthaya kingdom was named after this Indian city of Ayodhya, famous setting of the Rama story. Rama was even the name of several kings in the region. True. Anyway, the more you know, chat, the more you know. But I'm going to be trying to teach myself, or not, I am teaching myself more Thai, just, for being able to communicate, for being able to read, for being able to understand what's going on around me. I found it necessary, and I'm going to be, as soon as I can afford to do so, chat, I'm going to be starting up less, like I'm going to be taking school at a I'm taking courses at a language school. So if you want to help me out with that, again, throne.com/nocommentchick. I've started up a new fund specifically for my I'm calling it the Thai Visa Fund, but it's really the main cost is not the visa, it is the language school. So if you want to help me pay for that schooling and be able to stay in Thailand, you can do that on throne.com. I should also thank people that are my patrons, which I do at the beginning and ending of every stream, which lets you know, yes, chat, we are sadly coming to the end of the stream, but I will be back again tomorrow. So shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hatam Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Zarek, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. I will be back tomorrow, chat, with more. And again, apologies for not for missing more streams this last week, but turned out getting my hair dyed was in fact an all-day affair. In fact, it was so all day that I ended up staying there after the salon was closed, which like they felt bad, for taking so long getting my hair done. But I felt bad because I know that my hair just soaks up dye. It just soaks up color. And so that's why they had to keep me there. But yeah, I stayed there, I think 1 or 2 hours after it closed. Look at Angkor Wat. Oh, in Cambodia. Chad is talking about White Castle. Columbia Rican says, once you learn Thai, you will be able to understand Laotian. Nice. Yeah, I've been enjoying some of the food that that I've really enjoyed is Laotian. Jerry says, I'm a good snob. The only thing I would I will be able to get around Laos. Okay, I mean, that's really cool. So you're saying learning the language, there's enough cognates and stuff. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Was Laos sticky rice is actually really big in Laos. Waiting list for ADHD assessment here is 3 years. God damn. Laotian is not the proper term, says Joshua Keller. It's Lao. Yeah, I think you're right about that. And also, Laotian sounds too much like lotion. But anyway, chat, I will be back on again tomorrow. Hopefully, I'm hoping that I'll have the short-term visa sorted by then, and be looking forward to trying to get the education visa to which I think will give me it's like a year-long visa, but you got to check in every 90 days. That's a thing I'm sure in Thailand, and I'm guessing in a lot of places too, right? The 90-day, you got to do some paperwork every 90 days. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing for the next year, is really concentrating on learning the language. And from there, I will see if maybe I might be switching to, a Muay Thai visa. Because that's the other thing that I want to do while I'm here, is get really good at Muay Thai. But much love to everybody. Oh, yeah, the Thai Freedom for NCC. Yeah. Why is my browser running slow today? I don't know, chat. I'm trying to... Trying to do something on Twitch really quickly. It is always such a strange time when I end streaming. Anyway, chat, I don't know where I'm sending you, but hopefully it will be good. We've been talking about trans issues today, so I'm going to be raiding into a trans streamer who's got safe space in their tags, and I don't know the streamer yet, but hey, that's why raids are a thing. So I'm gonna raid you in there. So go ahead and get in that robot if you want to. I will be back again tomorrow. Hopefully, I will have my short-term passport thing worked out. For the long term, I'm still looking to try to get that tuition for the school funded. So if you want to help me out on that, that is again throne.com/nocommentchick. And with that, I will raid you out and tell you to have a good night, and I will see you